Shoot, napkin. Okay. Oh, my hair is awful. Yikes. Me, I'm awful. Yikes. Banal. It's Colombo. I'm gonna be messaging a friend of mine a little bit here. Um, so recently I had a conversation with my one of my best friends, longest, oldest, dearest. She's always so I'll give you a teeny little bit of background. We met when we were teenagers. She was on one side of the fence and I was on the other. I was this little goth girl, and she was a G, is I think what we called them. And she I was working for Arby's, and she came in looking for a job. And oh my goodness, we just kind of hit it off, even though we were so different from each other. And it was crazy because she was one of those people that hung out with everybody and could get along with everybody. And so I was, I was one of I was when it came to the gothic friends, punk friends, she kind of hung out with them at school, but I was the one that she would hang out with other times, other places. And it was cool because she was the type of person. She was better than me. She would defend me. She would defend people. She would defend the underdog. If she felt like somebody was being attacked right in front of her, she would go up against whoever it was. Without even knowing the situation, she'd go right up against whoever it is. Like, what do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are talking to this person this way? You need to talk to me. You talk to me to get to them. You talk to me. She was, over the years, she's one of those loud, in your face, boisterous people that just, you're going to talk to me. I mean, she's beautiful. She's wonderful. I'm going to start crying. Anyway, so lately, she's not been doing well. I've known for a long time, long, long, long time actually, that something else was going on with her. Um, but you don't say anything. I didn't know for sure if my theory was correct, and even before I knew about my theory, I knew something was going on with her, but I didn't know what was going on, at the time. So you just don't say anything. You just don't go. Anyway, I know a lot of people would think it's just because of stuff she's going through now, but no, it's not all it is. Um, one moment, please. Hello. Zoe. There we go. Hey, Zoe. Sorry. Um, where's the thing at? Is there? Yeah, yeah. That's there we go. Okay. So anyway, goodness. Oh my hair. Yikes. Anyway, I've known for a while something was up. I didn't say anything. What was I gonna say? How was I gonna say it? Right? And she's also one of those people, oddly enough, that she doesn't agree with you. She's gonna let you know, and you will feel this big after she lets you know. So of course I was worried, especially because that's kind of a sensitive subject for some people. To tell somebody you can see something wrong about their behaviors, that's a tough one. How do you do that? So anyway, point is, she's she's got this stuff happening, and I think this stuff that's happening now is kind of triggering stuff that she buried long ago or thought she buried long ago. And it's all just kind of coming back up at her. Hi, Zoe! I miss your beautiful face. You still look the same. I look the same? Do I? Well, I miss your beautiful face too. Of course, I haven't seen you in a while. Sorry, Zoe. I'm trying to keep my brain. I have difficulty keeping on the same thought. Um, because I still don't know for a fact if I'm right about things or not. Um, so I'm trying to keep on this because this is about my friend. I talked to her last night, and I told her, I said, okay, it's time. It's time. And if I can help you, then I'm going to use my theory to help you to try and figure this stuff out. Now, I'm starting this video off. I'm really not actually ready to doing a video. I'm not. But you know how sometimes something's just on your brain so much you got to get it started. You have to feel like you're starting it at least. There's no way I can actually start talking to her right now. Oh, wait a minute, I kind of can with this video. So anyway, so that's kind of like where I'm at right now. Making like my to-do list when it comes to helping her. So the first thing that we will have to work on, number one, working on this right now is not going to change anything. It's not. It's not going to magically make things better overnight. It's not going to magically make her depression go away. In fact, when I did this, it took me several months for my brain to finally say, okay, I get it. I get it. It takes a while. And the reason I say that is because the first thing you have to do is actually make friends with your brain again. Yes, I know. It sounds a little bit on the what side? But the problem is that you have been, how do I explain this? So you've seen those kids that go like this, it's too loud, it's too loud. Okay. That looks like something's attacking them, doesn't it? So you have to think about, remember how I said that your brain works in opposites and extremes like that? You have to think about that as being the extreme. And for as much as you don't believe that your brain is attacked every day by little things that you do, it is. The difference is that emotional brain creates like a cloud against those attacks, against those things that do not make sense. Because if you have to visualize the functional brain, it's being like an ever-going continuous line. And even a cat meowing is a deviation in that line. Something as simple and as soft sounding as a cat meowing. This is why you will see people, most of the time, they're not affected by a cat meow. But if someone's focused on something, the cat meows, they go, what? Right? So you can see that. So for as much as we don't think that our brain is being attacked by these things, it kind of is. But that emotional side creates like the pillow and helps us get through that. Helps us to roll with it. So yes, every day, some people every second of the day, we are attacking our brain and we don't even know it. You go to a movie theater to watch a movie, and you are all of a sudden blasted with these noises, right? Well, there's most time people, they can make sense of it. I'm in a movie theater, it's going to be loud, and they get used to it. But there are some people that can't go to movies for the simple fact it's just too loud, isn't it? Because they can never get used to it. The brain still, I can't make sense of this. I don't listen to movies at home at this level, so this level does not make sense. It's the same as the kids saying this is too loud. Even if you prepare them ahead of time and say, we're going to go downstairs to your birthday party, it's going to be very loud. And they go, okay. They go down there and they still go like this and stay like this even. And why? Because It still doesn't make sense to them. And this is going to sound a little crazy when I say this, but are they the one making that noise? No. So then it doesn't make sense for everybody else to be making that kind of noise either. Or, you've seen this too, the child will suddenly become over noisy themselves in order to counter that noise. Okay? This is how we make sense of things sometimes. Sometimes we make sense of something simply by saying, okay, that makes sense, or by acting out in some way to make sense of it. When we get angry about things, sometimes we do something in order to make sense of stuff. Anyway, so that said, yes, every day, we attack our brains and don't even realize it. But like I said, that emotional side, stepping in like a pillow, cushions us to things. And allows the functional brain to get back up on track again, make sense of things, and get back up on track again. Now, so this is tricky because the way I actually originally wanted to explain it was actually like I'm not I am on Facebook, but I never go on it. I don't do anything with Facebook. I'm really actually only on this thing. What was I thinking? Let me think. Zoe, I'm so sorry. I've got to stay focused on this for a few minutes. Because I'm kind of like on a roll here and I'm doing good. And you have to understand, when I'm on a roll, that's a good thing. Like right now, my brain keeps reminding me of how I look, but I'm like, you know what? I'm on a roll. I can hang with this. So let me. If you talk to Lizzie, she's got my number. So you can get my number from Lizzie. I guess maybe she's on Facebook. I don't know. But anyway, you can get my number from Lizzie. It's the same one I had before, actually, isn't it? No, it's not the same one I had. That's right. It's not the same I had when you were around still. Or is it? Well, anyway, because your mom might have it too. Anyway, yeah, get with Liz, get my number from her, and we can communicate that way. Are you getting my? Are you seeing what I'm saying on here? Sorry, I if I stop, I have to stop to think how to type. Isn't that silly? How to type? You have to stop to think about that. Some people, it's like second nature. They just but me, I have to hunt and peck. I have to think about what I'm saying. I have to all the while, all this information in my brain is like today. Anyway, I don't know if she's getting my messages. Oh, wait a minute, because my computer's old and everything lags a lot, I'm sure. So, see if she's getting my messages before I try and type. Anyway, shoot. See? Don't distract me. All right, so, yes. I wanted to make a video that actually a little silly of a video, and I think I'm still going to do it. And it's basically like me playing two parts. And the reason I say that is because it is like two people right now in your brain. You're so conflicted in your brain right now that it's you feel like you're in constant conflict with your own brain. You feel like your brain is the enemy. And there's a reason why, and it's because it's almost like it has, in a way, split into two entities. Again, this can be different. I believe this can be different for emotional minded versus functional minded. So, again, I know all the textbooks when it comes to the functional brain, but I don't have the field work. So, this may or may not work the same. So, keep that in mind. Now, for years, I was telling my friend Terri that she was functional minded, but that's because she was acting functional minded. She's really not. She would actually be, if she had gone to a doctor and been diagnosed, most likely they would have diagnosed her as having bipolar or borderline personality. Now, when I say bipolar, it's kind of like a bipolar without the manic moments. She did have some, but they weren't. Think of it like a low level. I have. I don't know enough about bipolar and personality disorder and all that stuff. I just know what I know, and from what I can tell, that's just kind of what it seems like. It's one side living as the other. And sometimes the brain is accepting of it, and sometimes it's not, because it's really not supposed to be doing that. But in order to survive, our brain will flip us. That's how it works. Well, I don't think that she straight out flipped from one side to the other. I think it's something that's been kind of working on her for years. I think she's had stuff happen to her much younger and buried it. Um, and because you move on with life and you make sense of other things in life, you think, oh, I've made sense of that. I've moved on. It's not affecting me anymore. But it really is. And you can tell because there's little hiccups that happen in a person's behaviors and personality and things like that kind of say, hey, something's going on here. And one of the big indicators of these hiccups is when you do something and then you look back at it later and go, why would I do that? That's dumb. I knew better. I knew better than to do that. There's a part of my brain that already knew that would not be a good idea. So why did I still do it? That's a really good indicator for that. So, so the two sides here. For years, those attacks that you've been doing on your brain, right? Well, it's made sense of some of them, like one of the movie. Oh, it's too loud. Oh my gosh, we made sense of it. Okay. But there's other things that your brain has been attacked by. And because life doesn't stop, we can't just pause it to figure things out, make sense of things. A lot of us will just keep moving forward and continuing on. Some of us don't. Some of us get stuck right there. Like, no, I got to make sense. No, I can't. I don't understand this, right? You've seen that in people. You've seen where someone gets upset or, no, I got to make sense of this. Well, you can imagine your brain, your functional brain kind of acting like that. It is sitting in your head going, no, I need to make sense of this. While we'll just say you, are sitting there going, no, we're fine. Just move past it. Just roll with it. Go on. People will look at us funny. Let's just keep moving. But the whole time, the functional brain is going, no, I need to make sense of this. Well, that's true. People will make fun of us, and that will, mess with us too. So yeah, it's kind of like yeah, okay, you're right about that, but it's over time, it's almost like the brain the functional brain, we'll say, begins to trust you less and less. Because it's like, all right, you said that yesterday, but we still didn't fix it. All right, you keep making these promises to me, but you're still not fixing it. But over and over again, to the point where it's finally like, you're not listening to me. You don't ever listen to me. I'm not important. And it turns away. Um, anyway, it's my own brain remembers that. Oh, yeah. We work a lot better now, but that doesn't mean nothing's perfect. We're not perfect. We know this now. We're still working through it. I have to pick my battles, and I have to also at times where when I can fight something, I have to just say, you know what, you're right though, brain, and not fight things. And the reason for that is because it's like if you're in an argument with somebody and they're being very difficult, let's say, like when it comes to arguing with a child, or when it comes to arguing with somebody who is just not. Sometimes, as wrong as it may sound, sometimes it's better to kind of give in to that person. Um, She still hasn't messaged back. Sorry, I feel badly about this because but the table's sticky and I really can't get. Oh, whoops, where did that go? I don't know where that just typed that in the world. Get my NEMBER from Liz. Liz. I'm on but never go on. And I don't have Messenger either. That was one of the reasons I don't go on Facebook too, because I don't even have Messenger on it. Hold on one second. Yes, I'm gonna get some breakfast in here for you, buddy. We just woke up. Now, I cannot see this screen either. For helping. I'm thinking about getting one of those tiny little Chromebooks. Tiny little um, Chromebooks, so it'd be easier, lightweight. I can bring it with me and stuff. Upstairs, downstairs, wherever, instead of having to bring the whole big contraption. You know. Where was I? I don't want to engage with my audience. What are we doing? Yeah. What was I saying? Sorry. Oh yeah. So so it gets to the point where it's like I don't, the brain is like I'm not listening to you anymore. You want to go out with your friend? Too bad, because it's actually the one that calls the shots. Physically speaking, it's what allows us. Our functional brain is what enables us to function physically. Go figure. Which is why it has the power to stop us when something's not making sense or doesn't make sense to it. Or controls the way, even if we move, it controls the way we move, how much we open our mouth, how much we smile if we do smile. Some people, you've noticed it, some people can, and some people, yeah, right? And it's not that it's almost like the brain has this. It's not that it's necessarily the need is to stop you from smiling, but how do we smile? How big do we smile? It's almost like it needs the exact number measurements of how wide to make the smile. How high up should and if it doesn't have that information, then it's like when some people speak, they barely open their mouth and you can hear them, but you can't really hear them. So when they're talking, they're like this and they're barely opening their mouth. But you see how sound is still coming out. That's all that matters, right? As long as the sound is coming out, but we can hear someone speaking, that's all that matters. The idea of having to open our mouth so that our mouth can allow more air out, allow more projection of the voice. Yes. Which is why times where we're kind of depressed and not feeling very well, even if we are the type to speak like this, we're kind of like this. With our mouth a little closed more. Do we need to? No. So, anyway, back to what I was saying. Space. Sorry, it's a commercial on. Yeah, so you can imagine it like an argument with someone like that. Oh, I remember where I said. Sometimes, for as wrong as it may sound to some people, sometimes it's better to just give in to them, to say, you know what, you're right. You're right. I don't think you're right about everything, but we're going to say that you're right because you are making some points. How How about we take a break and we'll come back to this and we'll talk about, the points that you're making. Sometimes by giving in to somebody or like a child or someone who's being very difficult, the idea is to stop the conflict, to at least get the conflict that's gone like this to just stop. Take a break, come back to it, right? So it's a little like that. But your brain, this has been going on for a long time. So when it comes to just automatically trusting you just because you say you're right, this is one of the reasons it takes time for your brain and you to become friends again. Like I said, it took me, the creator of this, the one who truly believes in this, took me months to see the fruit of that. Because when it first came to me, it was just like, I'm in conflict with you. I need to not be. And there were times where I had to give in, and it was just like, no, that's not. But okay, you say that this is the way it's got to be. I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust you, brain. I'm going to trust you. I'm just going to give you that blind faith, that whatever you need from me. We need to work on this together. I'm going to trust you. It's kind of like that. It's tricky because the things that the brain tells you that you don't need to do are kind of like, what? What do you mean I don't need to? You want to argue. You automatically want to argue. Like, what do you mean I don't need a shower? I haven't had one in 10 days. Something like that. Like, what do you mean I don't need to feed my kids? Right? Yeah, something like that. But you see, the brain is not stupid. And now there's a very severe mental health where this does become very difficult sometimes, yes. But my brain knew there were alternatives. My brain knew there were other people in this house that could feed my son. So when my brain said, no, we don't need to, I went with it. I told my family I needed help. And some people gave me funny looks. And some people just were like, okay, what do I got to do? It's tough for people who do not have a support behind them. That's true. It's very, very true. And the other thing you have to think about is there's a lot of people out there who think they do not have a support behind them, but they actually do. So, and your brain knows this. Even though we don't get along with our brother or our sister so-and-so, and haven't for many years, our brain still knows that they exist. And so it's very possible when it comes to, I can't handle things right now, I need to contact somebody. No, I can't contact that person. I don't get along with them. I can't, that one friend, I just can't call on them for that kind of thing. Well, you're calling them family or friend for a reason. So, I'm supposed to be looking up at this camera thing. I keep forgetting. If I could get used to looking at that. But that's just so boring. I could watch Columbo. He's on the TV behind. Anyway. So, step one is going to be becoming friends with the brain again, which I think we're going to be able to do with her right now. Because she's no longer working and she just can't. Every time she tries to, and she's not the type to roll over. She's not. She's never been that type. She's a fighter. That's one of the reasons why I opened up in this conversation with she'll get in your face. She'll look right at you and tell you how it is. She's a fighter. She's one of the last people you think is going to roll over and just be like, I just can't work anymore. I just can't. I want to, but I just can't. It's a tough one, I know. But it's your brain finally saying, no, you're going to listen to me now. No, I had my back turned to you and kept letting you do whatever you did and letting you control me and however you wanted to. For as much as you feel like you're being controlled, you were doing that to your functional brain for a long time. Just forcing it to continue accepting things that it could not make sense of. It could not accept. And now it's finally fighting back and saying, not listening to you. Nope, not listening. Not helping you, not listening to you, nothing. So, first thing we have to do is make sense of this by becoming friends with our brain. Does it change anything? Nope. And definitely not at first. But over time, it could. I don't know how it's going to work for everybody else. I know how it worked for me. Over time, you stop being so sad and depressed whenever you say, I can't, I want to do something, I just can't. Because you say, but that's because you're saying I don't need to for some reason. So I'm going to go with it. And at first, you will be, you, so at first, it's going to be like everything is don't need to. And you got to roll with that. You got to say, okay, brain, I'm listening to you. I don't need to do this, fine. I don't need to do that, fine. And you roll with it. And slowly, if I'm not mistaken, you might start hearing something again. And that is, again, I'm not sure about when it comes to the emotional minded versus the functional minded. But I can hear my head. No, it's not a voice. It's something more like you feel it. But it just tells me, like, as soon as someone looks at me and says, "Oh, there's this book about depression that you should read. I'll give it to you. I'll whatever. You can go buy it, whatever." You can automatically feel it in your head where it's going, nope. And this is how you can tell the difference between not wanting to do something versus not needing to. There's the oh no 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 no. That's not wanting to. Not needing to, you'll hear it in your brain. Nope. No. Plain simple. No. It might say no book. It might say not going to read that. Not going to do it. Something like that. Or it might just very simply say nope. But if my theory is correct, you will hear that. Feel it in your brain. It's just how it is. And now that, like I said, it can take months for that to happen. It took quite a while for me because like I said, what do you mean I don't need to work? What do you mean I don't need to feed my kids? That doesn't make sense. But you have to say, yeah, it does. You have to say, you know what? It doesn't make sense, but I'm trusting you. I'm going to trust you, brain. We're going to listen to you now. Sorry, I didn't listen to you. I'm sorry that I didn't fix things when they got broken at the time that they got broken. But we're going to listen to you now. And the other thing you'll run into also is as time goes by, possibly, just giving you a heads up, you'll go to say, oh, no, okay, I don't need to do that. And then it's almost like your brain will say, what do you, of course I do. Or yes, do need to. You'll be like, wait a minute, do I not need to or need to? There'll be a little bit of a confusion. And unfortunately, I have to work through that one. That's a tricky one. It's yeah. And I think one of the reasons why some of that happens is over time, unfortunately, this does become habit forming, and you start saying no to everything, even when you don't actually need to. So you have to be very careful about that. Yeah. It's tricky. It's very tricky sometimes working with the brain, but it's not impossible. And slowly over time, when you become friends with your brain again, you'll be a little bit more on the same page again. You'll still have your arguments. You'll still have you're supposed to. You're supposed to have moments where you're like, what do you mean? No, I gotta do this. No. And you might have to reason with your brain. You might have to say, well, what if, or, let's look at these different alternatives. Let's look at these possibilities of what could happen. For example, so I don't take a shower today. Okay, fine. But what could happen because of that? There's times where your brain will say something like, no, not feeding children, something like that. And you'll have to say, well, okay, but what if I don't feed them and somebody else does feed them, but they don't feed them correctly? And you'll start finding your brain saying, okay, and you can get up and do it. Just saying. Just saying. If my theory is correct, then that's generally those points I've just made could possibly happen. It helps a lot in the very beginning to try and grin through it. It's not easy. But have you ever noticed when you're depressed you can't clap? I have I have this Bob Ross. You plug it's a clap on, clap off type thing, and you plug a lamp in or plug a device into it, and you can turn it on by clapping, right? Well, I had this while I was depressed, right? When I was in my like all the time depression, or a lot of times depression. I believe it was during the time that I was working on this becoming friends with my brain again thing. And there were times I couldn't clap. I had to slap the wall. Bing, bing. I could do that, but I couldn't clap. It was weird. Anyway, what was the thing I was going to say? Yeah. So that's going to be like step one, is to make friends with the brain again. And one of the reasons for that is because your brain will talk to you. It will tell you things if you need to know. And even if you don't need to know, but you want to know, well, now you guys are friends again, so it might be willing to give it to you. I believe that's how I was able to do the regression therapy thing that I did in the garage. I did it 3 times. Yeah. And it worked. Of course, at the time, anybody's heard me talk about this, they've already heard this spiel. At the time, I thought I was creating something new in the world of psychology. I didn't know that it wasn't anything new, and that's what they called it, was regression therapy. Um, but yeah. Anyway, whew, sorry, just a little. Whew. I'm worried about my friend. And if nothing else, I'm really hoping I'm right about my theory if I can help her. Maybe it won't be able to help everybody, and that's okay. As long as it can help some people, then it could just be a tool. And that's the goal here, for as much as we've got the whole fireworks feeling about everything for the entire world. I'm watching the opening Olympics ceremony last night, which I haven't done that in years. I don't do any of that. It just actually happened to be on TV and I started watching. Oh my gosh, the horse on water. I want the costume, I want the horse. What do you want? Oh my gosh. Give, give, give. I want to be that person. Anyway, I haven't done anything like that. It's funny because Terri was always the one who did. She would always be the one to watch award shows and ceremonies and all that stuff. And she would message me and tell me about parts of it. Well, I ended up flipping last night, and I was the one telling her. Uh, anyway, sorry, that's the funny part. And she goes right from the tears to the. Should have said sister, not daughter. Hmm. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. Columbo distracted me. Columbo's on. Ah! Um, so where I was watching the opening ceremony, which, by the way, Celine Dion. I'm not going to say my brain sick, but I am going to say that was tough. I know that was. I don't know what's going on with her. I saw an article in the supermarket one day, and something about her body basically not moving when it's supposed to. I thought it said something about stiff face, but I'm not sure. Um, which I would love. I'd love to talk to her. I say that because the next day, I think it was the next day, I was standing at the sink and something came to me about her. I don't. I don't think it'll matter anyway, because the thing that happened, it's done. But there was a little girl kind of standing in the ashes of the situation. There were rocks or rubble of some sort around her. That's all. That's all I'll go into. Anyway, uh, I still think that was beautiful. And imagine that was nice too. Which at first I thought they said it was Yoko Ono and Elton John, but then they said these other two names instead. So I don't know. Regardless, it was beautiful. Um, but of course, here's the selfish part of my brain sitting there saying, I'm supposed to be there. If I had done things correctly, if I had done this years before when I got this first got this information, I would be there right now. Mhm. I'm like, no, brain, that doesn't necessarily mean I'd be there. Oh yes, we would have been there, and I would love to have been there because that's Paris. I would love, yes. That's the one language I always wanted to learn. Anyway, let's see here. So then the next part of the to do list, I got to start stepping this up a little bit because I got to go make some food for me and Benji, and then I'll take a break, and then I'm going to message her and let her know that I put up a video for her, my version of video, because I can't make videos. You have to understand the freedom of just knowing that regardless, I can just keep talking and it's just there, as opposed to a video that you have to start recording, and there's only so much time and there's only so much space. And even though there isn't, like I have 154 megabyte, gigabyte, whatever it is, a big memory card. I have a big memory card on here. I could make a big video on my phone. I could make a big video, but I won't have the freedom to just talk the way I do, which is why I had to keep doing this live like this, because oh my gosh, you have no idea how freeing that is to know that it's just there. It's just running, and I can just run it. I can run it all day long. And I'm getting more and more used to it, as you can see. Here I am, and there's all this la 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 behind me, and I haven't said anything about it, right? Right. This is great. This is great. This is great. Instead of having to make sure everything's perfect and I'm perfect and okay, video time. Hi, lock up. I could just lock up. If I lock up, that's okay. I can keep going. It's no big deal. We're here still. Oh, this is freeing. It is. I know people are like, you have a look at me complex. You're right, I do, and I should. Actually, by nature, I should. By nature, but if by nature, if I was doing this stuff by my true nature, if I was in my true, we'll say spot or whatever, it wouldn't be like this. It would be completely different. There'd be other people involved. Naturally, there would just be a scene, and naturally, I would just look good because it just would have. It just rolls that way. Um, like I said, I mean, I'd be making videos like little skits, funny skits and stuff to show our human behavior and how you can see the emotional and the functional every day, and not just you can see the emotional and the functional, but the actual like little moments where it's like, oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. I see that. I see how that actually did affect that person. Or if I can call it before it happens, like when that person hears that, you're going to see that. And now when you see it, you're going to see it like this instead of like this. Stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, back to what we were talking about, my darling Terri. Tears. Um, so one of the things that we'll also be working on while she's doing this will be recognizing the hiccups that she's had over the years that have indicated that there's a problem. And the reason I say that is because not only are they indicators that there's a problem going on in the brain, there's knots, thorns, whatever you want to call them, but they also can sometimes be helpful in figuring out what caused it to begin with. Sometimes, not always. But if nothing else, it's also good to recognize those hiccups because one, it confirms for you, hey, that you're right. That's not something I would have normally done. Like I said, moments where you sit there in life and think, I knew better. I knew that would not be a good decision. So why did I still do it? Ah. When you can start recognizing those, then you can start seeing how if you're still doing them. That's one. And also you can start looking back. Now I know there's a lot of people who are like, well, don't look back at the past. You can't change the past. You're right, you can't change it, but that's time to learn from it. It's time to look back at those decisions that you made and went at the time or at some point went, maybe that wasn't the right decision. I kind of knew it wasn't, but how did I know it wasn't? And then what if I knew it wasn't, why did I still do it? And we didn't have an answer to that before, right? Well, now you have an answer. So now you can go back. It's kind of like an algebraic equation. You have the answer, you have some of the equation, but you're missing the rest of it, right? Go wait. Shoo shoo, shoo shoo. Go wait. Hey? Sorry. Fly. I don't know what he wants. Now you have this, it's like the algebraic equation. So now you have that information and now you can fill that in. By filling that in, that helps you to it's more confirmation as well as it's more ways of making sense to the brain. Because now when you made that decision back way back when that you normally wouldn't have made, that in itself became an issue for your brain. That in itself, think of it like it became a thorn or a knot in your brain too. Because it's something that you normally wouldn't have done. So it normally wouldn't have made sense. So it still didn't make sense. And now it's stuck. So you start kind of unlocking some of those things. You start learning more about your behaviors, and then as you're doing this, you start going back through the years and start realizing when the actual problem happened. Because when you can look at yourself and say, wait a minute, that was one of the first times I remember doing something and kind of knowing I shouldn't have done it that way, but still doing it. And I was 7. The brain will sometimes, again, if my theory is correct, the brain will sometimes help us to figure those kind of things out. It wants to be okay too. It just doesn't know how any more than you do. It knows something's not right and it wants it fixed. It needs things to make sense. That's its functionality, is all about things making sense, fitting correctly. And if you start helping it to do that, you guys are going to become good. You're going to be like buddies. So that's what your brain needs right now and what you need right now. So as I said, when it comes to actually changing things, nope, not going to happen. And the reason why, it's not time. Now is the time to pause. Now is the time to take that break that you need to get what your brain needs. Just like when you're at work and you're at work all day and you finally get a break and you just need to sit. You just need to have a drink of water. You just need to have a chance to go back over things, collect yourself, whatever. You need that. Well, your brain is doing this right now because it needs to make sense of things. So it's time to do that. Anyway, I'm going to message my friend Terri now. Hi, Terri. Sorry. I'm really hoping and praying this works for her. Yes, of course, it'll be wonderful for me because it'll be, not just me that my theory has helped, but also her. Like, from the get-go helped. I've helped a lot of people using my theory, supposedly, but they've all been electronic, so who knows if they're really real. And it's only been in little ways, just pointing out little things. To actually start from the beginning, to say, okay, let's start with, this is where we have to go. I haven't done that. I haven't been able to get that far with anybody. The people I needed to do that with, they were so locked, just couldn't. Other people, they were, you would fix the current situation that they had going on as to why they couldn't do something, and they're like, okay, I'm good again, and then they take off, and you're like, no, there's more to it though. Hold on, come back, there's more. But more importantly, at least at the moment, I just went out with my friend. She's a wonderful person. She's got a wonderful heart. Unfortunately, she's been too giving over the years when she should have been more selfish, and selfish when she should have been giving. Yeah. Do that now. All right. Okay, what did I do? That's you. I gotta share this with you. We have this cute little thing we do sometimes at night. We say goodnight to each other. We don't just say goodnight. Gotta add a little cutesy, thing in there. And I told her, hold on. I said, for now, I'm going to go dream about the Amazon in some amazing place I've never been. That thing I talked about in the video the other day. But found out that actually does exist, or at least could exist. I actually mentioned you the other day in one of my videos when I was talking about it. I don't think you remember me telling you about that part of the dream. Over the years, I've told her bits and pieces about my dream. But we can talk about that later too, if you like. Oh, good night, my moon goddess, heir to the stars. And then I put a moon and 3 little stars after it. Like heir to the stars. And she said, LOL, then I shall dream of Neverland, where we meet in the stars and fly to magical places, islands with mermaids and fields full of beautiful unicorns. Good night, my dream angel, heir to all the night sky and fluffy clouds. She makes me cry. I was glad to see the LOL, even though I don't think it was her laughing out loud. It's more of a, I feel a little good at the moment. There's a lot of times where people will say LOL and they're not really laughing out loud. They're just kind of feeling good at the moment. Anyway, okay. So, oh, I was supposed to message her. I'm a nut. Oh, if I ever get her on, camera with me, remind me that we've got to do "I'm a Nut" in a rut song because she does it and she does it so great. she's the she's the best at that. Of course, it just makes me think about my other friend, my other bestie. I miss her too. It's been a while. I saw LOL after almost every sentence when I text for no reason. That's weird. It say asterisk. Sorry, she's chatting. There's a chatting thing, and it's chatting. I don't know if you guys can see it out in the world. As far as it's concerned, there's nobody viewing, so I don't know how she's chatting, but there's no viewers. It's strange. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Actually, maybe my computer or something out in the universe knows that I need to not have anybody watching all at the same time as the entire world watching. But it's better that it shows nobody's watching, because then I can just keep talking like, nobody's paying attention to these videos anyway. It's all good. It doesn't matter what I say or do. Press no. Say asterisk. Say okay. Asterisk. Almost every sentence when I text for no reason. So, if you're saying that when you text, speaking to Zoe, if you're saying that you do it, but you don't really know, you're not actually laughing, and you're not even actually like really feeling the LOL, but you still do it. I say LOL after almost every sentence, and I do too. I do too. So some people kind of naturally do that just because it's our way of being able to share our happy, our smile, even if we're not laughing, we're still like. I used to tell people I want to do SOL, smiling out loud, because it's not laughing, but I am smiling. Like, that's good. Yeah. See, I'm not laughing, but I'm smiling. Right? Yes. So I wanted to start using SOL to do that because I'm not always laughing. It always looks like I'm laughing at every little thing, and sometimes no, I'm just smiling. You know. And I know, I guess the emoticon things help with that, but I'm not. I'm not an emoticon person. I'm just not. My aunt is. Oh my goodness, my aunt is. But I'm not. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, if you're a happy-go-lucky person, that's probably why you put LOL a lot, or smiley faces, things like that. And that's just because it's like your brain is saying, I have to let this person know, since they can't see my face. I have to let them know that I'm smiling, that I'm happy. It's for some people, it's maybe a little bit of a thing. Um, it depends. If people complain about you using it too much, it might be an issue. It might be a hiccup thing, where you have this over need to make sure that not just I like people to know that I'm happy, but I need people to know that I'm happy. I love that sometimes the situation doesn't call for an emoji. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's not. Yeah, you're just little. I do that. I just put the little whatever we used to do in the old days. We put the dot dot and the little. That's me. That's my. I'm smiling. I'm not. Those emoticons don't always match the actual smile that I have going on. They're like, and I'm like, no, I'm just smiling. So no, I think I'm just worried someone will take the message the wrong way. See, and that's different. That's a little different. So when you're worried about someone taking the message the wrong way, That's more like you're worried about their feelings, and there's this need to this need to make sure that you're never taken wrong. So that could be for a couple different reasons. So there's you, and then there's this other person. The other person that you're speaking to might be the one that you're more so worried about as having the issue. Sometimes, how do I put that? Sometimes we're talking to someone who's not very easy to talk to. And so we want to make sure that they always know that we're very light about the situation, very light about our conversation, happy, everything's happy, so that they never take things the wrong way. So if that's a particular person that you're doing that with, especially, that might be the issue with them. If this is something that you do with everyone, like I said, if you're doing it and you're just doing it, then that's fine. That's just you being you. But if you're doing it to like an excess, like you'll even send messages after you've sent one that didn't have an emoji in it, didn't have an LOL in it, didn't have anything to indicate you. And you're sending that message, and then you're like, oh no, I should have put that in there. That's where you're worried about someone else's feelings so much that it's kind of consuming you and how you do things. So at that point, it's almost like you have to question the type of relationship you have with that person. Do you trust them to just be human with you versus they expect things from you? Yeah. Yeah. So hold on one second. So I don't message her. Hey, sweetie, I'm online right now. I'm actually live and talking about you. Also ran into Zoe. You probably don't remember her, but she was one of the, how should I word that? Kids. I don't think I had a word. One of the neighborhood kids that we hung with. Of the neighborhood kids that we hung with. Kid. So she knows I'm not referring to back in our teenage years. And she'd be like, I don't remember that. And then I'd be like, what? Hold on. Oh, really? Really? Really, Zoe? Hold on. Oh my goodness. She just messaged me and told me on the YouTube chat thing that she was that weird little girl that always hung around and had a crush on Caleb. Oh, I gotta change it because the spelling is supposed to be a K. Oh wow. Yeah, she was. His sister was. Yeah, she probably did. She was protective of him like that. You just kind of look at somebody a little bit more closely when it comes to them possibly being involved with someone close to you. So she was kind of like that for sure. Anyway, the video is actually about you and what's going on with you. It's kind of like my mental to-do list, but I'm sharing it out loud with the world. LOL. I am laughing. So that was LOL. That was so appropriate. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Oh, Zoe. Oh, the days, the days, the days. Let me tell you. Yes, yes. Um, oh, I thought she messaged. She didn't message. Okay. So, I guess the big question you have to ask yourself is there other issues in your life that you yourself have issues with? Because if not, then I wouldn't worry about the LOL thing. It's just you. Sometimes some things are just that person, and that's just how they are. But if you feel like there's something else going on, then maybe there is. Because LOL, an excessive use of it, or emojis, things like that, those can be what I consider hiccups. They're basically tiny little moments, tiny little things that happen. So, just real quick here, because I know you haven't seen any of my other videos, and then I've got to make some food for this kid. I don't want to fall behind in being a mommy. You know what? Hang on one second. Let me get out the strawberries and bananas, and I'll just cut them up while I'm talking to you. Hang on one second. Ah, the table is sticky. These kids, oh, they never clean anything up. Ever, 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 ever. And they dump their dishes in the sink. You dirty rat. What was that? What? Kids. You give them an inch, they swim all over. Eek! I'm sorry. I just wanted to get underneath the computer to clean all this stuff up. Yes, there we go. All right. There's that and there's that. Now, lovely. Now, plates clean. Oh, go figure. No, we don't. Well, we were all very tired last night. We ended up going to the Popeyes up the street. That's what Justin wanted after his presentation. The Popeyes. So I said, it's your choice, whatever you want. I think they were a little bummed because they want to go out. They wanted to go out with their dad for dinner, but that didn't end up working out. I need to have a talk with Justin, but it's not easy. Part of the reason is I'm part of the problem. So his brain automatically just kind of has this wall it picks up towards me trying to help him with something. It would really be actually lovely to share online because it's a good example of how a hiccup can mess you up. It basically has you looking at the world in one way when really it's another. Um, for one, you know what? I love my son, but I got to share this. So he was bothered by the fact that he had to sit in the first two rows in the classroom yesterday for the presentation. But he said that there were some people that were sitting there chewing very loudly, and it bothered him. And I said, well, why didn't you move? And he said, we couldn't move. We had to sit in those seats. Okay, no offense to whoever told him that, whatever teacher told him that or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that that teacher wouldn't have argued with him if he had said, I've got to move. These people are really annoying and I can't stand them. He would have done that. I didn't get a knife, darn it. But he didn't. He didn't move. He didn't even say it to the teacher. I was like, I would have just moved. First of all, your presentation was done because I was there for his presentation, and he was just staying for the rest of the presentations. You had to. So you go, you excuse yourself like you're going to the bathroom, and when you come back, you just kind of sit in another chair. No big, right? Rules, fact. This is the fact. The fact is the teacher said this is what has to be done. Cannot argue with this. What is, not what if. That's a hiccup. Poor kid. Because he was very aggravated by these two people that were chewing and talking, which are not talking, chewing. Now, most likely, they were chewing, but it wasn't as loud as his brain was saying it was. Because when we're over functionalizing like that, everything just seems louder, stronger. It's too loud, it's too loud. Everything is just too much. Too much. Um, they probably weren't chewing as loud or as long as he was saying, but in the brain, everything is more, more, more. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, some people are just loud chewers. Apparently, I am. I don't know. At least that's what my kids say. Or maybe they're just oversensitive to it. If nobody else is that loud to you, then yeah, she's probably just a loud chewer. Maybe put a box over her head with holes in it so she can see through. She just it's like Charlie Brown with the bag over his head. She's sitting there eating. You put a box over her head. This is your chewing box. Here you go. Put it over the top of her. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that would have been like, well, what if you just moved, right? But can't. Rules. This is what, no, no. And if you try to argue with them, if you try to say, well, it's no big deal. No. Rules. Just might for real. You got to send me a picture if you do. Anyway. So and here's okay. So here's what I think kind of made it a little bit more for him. And I say this because I'm not just saying this as a mom. Okay, I'm also saying this just as a person observing these people doing their presentation. As I said, I had difficulty hearing the teacher. I was sitting in the back row, the very last row, and when sorry, public speaking 101. When communicating with an audience, you must reach all of your audience. Your voice has to project. If you don't have a microphone, which I don't believe they did, you have to project it then. Nobody projected. The whole time I was there. Now that could be after I left, maybe some of the kids did get louder, I don't know. Nobody projected the way my son did. He was clear. I could hear him clearly in the back row. There were a couple words here and there that kind of went fast, where you couldn't quite hear what he had said, like clearly, clear. But your brain kind of still picked up on it based upon the words around it that you could hear. But that was only a couple times. Other than that, everything was very clear. It made me very proud. Just here we are. Here I am as a parent again for a moment. Very proud. Oh my gosh, my son. Back to me again. He enunciated, he projected, he spoke, he made a few little jokes. I know there was a reason behind him being a little bit more with the presentation than I think he normally would have been. That's okay. I'm not going to share that because it's his personal thing. Kind of like someone wearing their lucky underwear, but that's not what it was. Out of all those kids, that I heard, he did very well. He presented very well. Now, my guess is all those people are in that room, and for the most part, they're there because they're just part of this program, this program that's funding them to do all their different types of research. So, from what I can understand, not a couple of these kids might be, their research might overlap one of the other kids' things. They might have a general idea of what each other are talking about, but none of them that I can tell are actually in the research together to the point where they would be, it's like if you went to talk about astronomy and you spoke to astronomers. they may have several questions because they're all astronomers. They're all on the same page. Whereas one kid's talking about the courtship of jumping spiders, and another kid is talking about the spectrums of light. Both sciences, but two very different sciences. So when it came to question and answer time, which was kind of silly for them to do for that reason, there was only maybe one question, two questions, whatever. And I think I'm wondering, because I've seen this happen in the past, where teachers have said, and I will give extra credit to those of you who ask at least one question of one of your colleagues, of one of your fellow presenters. So I could see that being a possibility. And in that sense, I could see people asking questions simply to get that extra credit. Now, that might not have been the case. I don't know, but it's possible. And the reason I say that is because now this is something I actually did get stuck on myself. So I do kind of understand where the girl's coming from. I don't think that my son quite understood the question. So he said at one point that one of the, let's see, I gotta get my science brain going here. I gotta remember what he said. Darn it. I'm trying to remember what he said. I have a video of it, but I can't pull it up right now, so I gotta remember what he said. Anyway, basically he was saying something like removing something in DNA. And they found that there's this one gene that they can't remove. It keeps coming back or something. So, of course, my brain automatically is like, why remove it? Why would you even remove it? That's kind of, And I get what he's saying. I get the idea of what he's saying in a scientific manner. In a human being manner, no, don't remove it. But scientifically, yes. If it's possible that there are other DNA strand, whatever it is. If there are other, what did I say that was called? Chromosome? DNA? Darn it. What word did I use? I used it and I forgot what it was. Rewind. Shoot. If it's possible that one of these gene, there it is. If it's possible that we can remove this gene, and the reason we can remove it is because there's other genes that do the same job that this gene does, so then it could be removed, right? So you're seeing scientifically how, okay. So what you're saying is we could remove it because it's actually not needed. Kind of like, I think, is it the pancreas? One of the organs in our body really, it can be removed because gallbladder? I don't know. Anyway, it can be removed because it's taking up space that it doesn't need to, who knows, whatever. The point is it can be removed because there are other genes that do the same job that it does. So we don't actually need that gene. But for some reason, every time they remove it, it keeps coming back, right? So at the end of his presentation, he said, he did the question and answer time, and this one girl said pretty much the same thing I was saying. Well, why would you even remove it if you don't, we don't need to remove it. Why would you remove it? Well, I think that sometimes we get, very worked up in our excitement and everything. And maybe he didn't quite understand the question. I don't know. I'd have to watch the video again to see how it all played out again. But when he answered her, I don't think he answered her. Well, like I said, I'm simply saying, why would you remove something you don't actually need to remove, right? And I think that's kind of, if I'm not mistaken, I could be. But I'm thinking that might have been what, that girl was saying, was why remove it. But she kind of went around about it when she said it, maybe, and that kind of confused him. I don't know. Because I know I've seen that happen, especially when it comes to people who are more analytical, as they say, or being at that point. If you go roundabout to ask them a question, if you emotionalize too much, it kind of confuses them sometimes, as opposed to just simply saying, why remove the gene such and such and such, the name that he gave, if we do not need to remove it? Is there a reason we need to remove it? Something, either that question of, is there a reason we need to remove it? So So then it'd be like, oh, okay, that's a simple question. You might have been able to answer that. But I think she might have ran around in circles a little bit. Nothing out of the ordinary. A lot of people do it. No big deal. But it can sometimes confuse the more analytical mind. So then the teacher, I think, even noticing that, might have tried to step in and to clarify. I think she even said to clarify. She tried to step in to say something else as well, and I don't know. I think sometimes you how do I put this? Sometimes you get through something really big and you're thinking, oh, I came out, I did it, I'm done now. And then somebody says something and it's almost like they're questioning what you did. Even though they're not actually questioning what you did, it is like they're questioning what you did. The brain is taking it that way. And the ability to say, what if this person is simply asking a question because they want that extra credit and they happen to choose me to ask the question of, and it's really not a question. It's just they want the extra credit. So I can just la 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 to them. You lose that ability. When your brain is over focusing like that, you lose the ability to just be la 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 about it. So then all the rest of his day was, including people around him, eating supposedly for hours. And really they weren't. They might have been snacking on things once in a while. But to his brain, they were constantly eating for the next hour and a half. No, they had a few things on their plate they were snacking on once in a while. So, anyway, hold on one second. I just got a message. Maybe it's from her. I feel honored. Well, she's on talking to me right now. LOL. In fact, we're actually talking about the overuse of LOL. Fun conversation. Which I want to add to that real quick. I don't know if you're still there or not, because it shows 0 people, but it did earlier when you were talking anyway, and I'm okay with that. 0 people is awesome. But hold on one second. I'm still here. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh my goodness. Here. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, remember her fun conversation. You should join us. Although I'm going to have to take a 10-minute break in a minute here because I have to get Benji his stuff together. Actually, I was going to take a break anyway because I need to go clean myself up and eat, clean myself up. I was going to be. That's okay. I should probably pay what? Pay attention? You're paying attention. I know, me too, right? I gotta get the strawberries and bananas cut up for the cereal, and I'm still talking. Oh, it's all about what makes sense to us. What the need is. Oh, anyway, that's okay because I'm actually. So my plan here is, I'm happy to hear your voice too. Electronic or not, at least I know you're a real person, though. I do know you're a real person. So this is one of the problems I ran into with that depression website. I would talk to people and I get so emotionally involved with them and stuff sometimes, but I didn't even know if they were real people. I didn't. There was even a guy that I was talking to, like one of the last people I was talking to, and I'm like, I don't even know if you're a real person. Here I am laughing with you, joking with you. I don't even know if you're real. There's so many people that, yeah. Anyway, eventually I'll go back to that website. That's one of the reasons I can't go back right now, because I'm just like, nah, man, I gotta have some real right now in my life. I need reality right now. So anyway, but my goal here today, Zoe, is I'm going to hold on. You were such a big part of my fun. So many experiences with you, and guys that I've never had without you guys, and I think about you all the time. I know. I still remember you, Henry. Sorry. What I became for many, many years. I never have. Every time I've said it, I've thought about you. Oh my goodness. You wouldn't recognize the person I became not long after, whenever it was. Um, I wasn't a person. I'm starting to get a little bit more back to myself because I'm friends with my brain again. Yay! At least I'm hoping that's the reason why. Who knows? Sometimes it's just time. Who knows? But anyway, my goal here is going to be to get this stuff situated, and then I'm going to take a break. Even though I'm going to leave it online, I'm going to take a break, and that way she can watch and get caught up. Because I'd like for her to, even though I'm going to probably say those things to her again when I talk to her in person. Nothing. Hey, no time like the present. That's part of the reason why my brain has been bothering me since the middle of the night. I woke up and I was like, I need to get online and needed to start talking to her about her, the situation going on and start giving her step 1, step 2 for what she needs to do. And I'm like, no, it's the middle of the night. Don't do that. Don't do that. So then this morning, like, I couldn't wait to get online just to get online to tell her this stuff. Because I'm like, I want to go see her right now. I want to go spend time with her right now and be like, hey, I am your friend. I'm here for you. I love you. I care about you so much. Especially, woof. I can't even talk about what Terri did for me when I was in my severe depression. Like, I was out the door almost. Pretty severe. I can't even begin to tell anybody about what that girl did for me, at least not at this time, because I start crying and start getting upset, and I can't. I'm trying to stay focused. And now you're here, Zoe. And I'm like, I just want to keep talking, but at the same time, I'm like, no, I got to keep on that focus of helping her and helping my son because he needs to eat. He doesn't seem concerned about it. That's because he has video games. So now the brain is creating a whole new focus. If he didn't have the video games, all of a sudden he'd come in and be like, I'm hungry, Mom. Right. What's more important? What's my focus? Yeah, video games. Video games. Rawr. Anyway. This is going to be one of those days. I'm going to end up crying a lot, I bet you. I don't look like I should be. Oh, well. Anyway, let me get this done. You already had a banana, didn't you? You already had a banana? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Is it a personal surgery? Can you tell me about it? So you're watching the chat. It's weird sometimes it's weird to talk to this thing and like ask questions. There's no one there. I think I have. I Dibble. Never heard of that before. But that's serious, babe. That's oh my goodness. Is it? I, my brain does not know how to respond at the moment. Like there's a part of my brain that's saying what I need to do. I'm not, yeah. It's very serious. Anytime you're doing surgery with the brain, heart. Oh my goodness. Oh, sweetheart. there's a part of my brain that's like, I just want to start talking personally to you, and I can't. I have to remind myself I'm on World Wide Web here, so I can't start talking personally to you. But at the same time, it's like fighting me. Hold on here. Okay, hold on 1 second here. She just messaged, and I got no thanks. Today isn't a very good day. It's okay. I understand. I just found out that Zoe has to have brain surgery on Monday. And I just, oh my gosh, now I want to. Are you, I don't say the town names and everything, for privacy reasons and stuff, but how far are you from the home base, like minutes wise? I should be cutting up strawberries, but I'm watching the chat thing. Waiting. There it is. I still don't know. We don't talk about the locations. Oh well. Anyway, so the same place that you were before. Okay. Oh my goodness. Trying to think because right now everybody's gone. What time is it? Okay. I'm wondering if I can use my brother's car because I don't know if he's here though or not. Let me find out. If not today, then tomorrow maybe. Are you open at all today or tomorrow for visitations? Visitors. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, we're gonna take my brother. He loves Deadpool, so we want to take my brother for his birthday to go see that. Hopefully this weekend, but if not, then maybe not till next week. So tomorrow is a better day. Okay, all right. So, um, um, I gotta think about this. Because I'm not. Goodness. Uh, okay. So what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's the tomorrow. Okay, it's not that. All right. Another thing I'm thinking of that I need to do. Yes. Are you being funny? Tomorrow's Sunday. It's big I'm trying to remember what we have going on tomorrow. Is what I was trying to figure out. And I don't think, other than having to pay the storage bill, I don't think there's anything going on. So then I just have to figure out the car situation. The difficulty is being able to communicate, like phone number wise. Um, can't put personal stuff like that up here for obvious reasons. Um, so how do you communicate with Liz? Like through Facebook, or do you text message her? Okay, yeah, yeah, and then have her send it to me or however, because I'd like to get together with you tomorrow. Maybe she would too. I don't know. She probably has to work, but um, I'd like to get together with you for sure. Oh my goodness. Is that a question? Was I actually asking a question and now I'm waiting for an answer? I don't know. My brain is like, you've got me all. I mean, just hearing from you is one thing, but everything else is just like, whoa. And luckily, I can reason with my brain better these days because a part of my brain, oddly enough, is not odd to me, but to the rest, to everybody else, oddly enough, is say no, 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 because it likes to keep things simple. We only do what we need to do to survive. We're getting better. We're getting better. We still have some issues. Blah blah blah. I'll have to have a talk with my brain later. I know that sounds awful when I say that, but yeah. Um, um, I get so much so that my brain wants me to just shut the computer down. Not just say, okay, I'll talk to people later and turn it off, but just actually shut it down. I can feel my brain say, shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. Because it and the thing is for as much as it sounds rude, and it is, I mean, it is the selfish part of our brain, and it sounds rude, it sounds inconsiderate, but the reason why it's doing that is simply because it just doesn't know, it doesn't know, it's it doesn't know what to do, and that part of the brain needs to know what to do, needs to know what to expect, and so it's just kind of like right now. And the other part of the brain is saying, hey, roll with it, it's okay, just let it go, roll with it, we're letting it go, we're rolling with it. Doing the pillow thing that it does. And I'm hanging in there still, if that makes sense. Kind of, kind of like that. Um, it just needs to know. It needs to know it needs to know what's expected of it. Like if you said, this is what I need from you. I need you to bring, no matter what happens in the world kind of thing. I need you to bring me a blanket. That's what I need from you. Now it knows what's expected of it. Now it can do it. Does that sound silly? Probably. Um, it just, you know, and that's to say that everything will be fine. Everything will work out fine if it simply knows what's expected of it. Otherwise, it's just like when people are standing in a waiting room during a situation like someone in a surgery for a brain surgery, and they're just like pacing back and forth. Like, what do I do? I feel like I need to do something, but I don't know what I could do. And so sometimes our brain, when it's going through that, yeah, it needs to detach. It's like I don't know what's expected of me, and so I just need to detach. So it's kind of like the fight or flight type thinking. I think, but there is no fight. There's nothing. It's not. There's no fight. That's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't know what to do. See, in a fight, if you've got to fight, then you would know that you have to fight. Just like I said, you tell me what I got to do. I got to fight. Okay. No. Okay. What do I got to do? I got to bring you a blanket. Okay. That's gonna make everything correct. So if fight is the equals answer, or getting the blanket is the equals answer, one way or another, my brain knows what to do. Otherwise, yeah, flight. Got to get away. It's tricky sometimes to explain it because I know that a lot of people are like, no, no, your brain can't be that selfish that you just heard that a dear friend of yours is in a situation like this, and you think your brain is telling you to just shut the computer down, to just detach from the situation. Really? No, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. And there's a lot of people that go through it, they don't even know it. And unfortunately, because they don't know this, they don't know why they suddenly, how do I put this? Okay, so I'm communicating with my functional brain, will say, like almost like words back and forth. So I know what it's saying and why it's saying it. But there are people out there that don't have that open communication, um, and or they are more functional minded. So automatically their functional brain is staying quiet. The functional brain works on a need to know basis. And if you're not friends, you don't need to know that. So it doesn't talk to you. It doesn't tell you why. It just suddenly makes you anxious. It just suddenly, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do. And then I'm just getting angry. And I don't know. It's to all of a sudden you have these emotional outbursts going on and you don't even know why. And it's all because the functional brain's not telling you. If my theory is correct. We go. Let's keep saying that. It's weird. It's very weird to because I know people are like, you sound like you have, multiple personality or some kind of a split personality, some kind of a. I know, I know, I know. It sounds like that. Nope, that's not it. I can see why people sometimes end up with split personalities, even when they don't completely have a split personality. Oh, but I can also see why, like, when they do have split personalities, why they seem extreme. Like one is not just caring, it's over caring. And one is not just a fighter, but an over fighter, ready to fight anything, everything. Well, you're talking about the more extreme sides of these two sides of the brain. So you're going to see people that are going to kind of emphasize, I wonder, that might be a good way of showing the two sides. See, I'm always talking about how kids are a really good way of showing the two sides because they're kind of like before the world has attacked kind of thing and changed them and altered their brain different ways. Before major imbalances could happen, now you're seeing like the raw nature of how the emotional side and the functional side work. But that might be a pretty good way of looking at it too. Hmm. The is that called split personality? I don't think they call it split personality. I think they call it borderline personality now because I think I tried talking to someone about it one time and they're like, no, that's borderline. But they weren't a doctor. So are they a good authority on the situation? Who knows? Um, hmm. Hmm. I think I'll have to look that up. Maybe I'll talk to my doctor on Monday about it. We're still working on this stuff. Whew. Oh, can you just think of that? Yeah, I believe that. When their functional brain does talk to them, they just brush it under the rug. That's why I was saying earlier when I said you've got these two sides and it's like they're not friends anymore. Because the one side is saying, this is what I need. I need to make sense of this information that just came in. I need to make sense of it. I need to figure this out. And the other side is like, no, 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 not right now. No, 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 no. We're going somewhere with our friends. We'll look weird if we start thinking about that stuff or talking about that. No, 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 we can't do that. So then this other side gets pushed aside like it's not important. And it's like, I need to know. I need to make sense of things. I need. But at the same time, it does kind of make sense not to look weird in front of our friends. So then that can kind of like quiet that functional side down for now. So we can brush it under the rug, shove it to the side. But it doesn't forget. It hasn't forgotten. And it still needs this thing to make sense. So, yeah. That's what happens though. Like that, like I said, for years though, your brain, both sides of their brain is still working with each other, still talking to each other, so to speak you know, but it gets to a point finally at some point where this turns its back and says, no, shut down, which is when you start seeing people with depression they're shutting down. They can't, they want to do things, but something is stopping them. And the thing that's stopping them is the functional side, because it's actually in charge of our physical movement. And if it says no, then guess what? The answer is no. And it's more so, it's the part of us that's kind of more so in charge at that point. Yeah, I could see that. There's a lot of stuff. I've when I was talking to people on this depression website, I had a lot of people that were like, "Well, that's like you're saying, disassociation, or this thing, that thing," and I'm like, "Yeah, I can see that." Because it's like having these two sides and they're not working together anymore. So, yeah, they're disassociating from each other. So, then of course, that doesn't stop your brain from actually working, though, does it? Just because these two sides aren't speaking to each other anymore doesn't mean life has stopped. So, things are still happening. Now they're happening backwards. Now they're happening incorrectly, which is when we start making decisions that are not correct. Other people around us are saying that's not right, but for some reason we're just like obsessed with the idea that we're right, even though we kind of know we're not. We're obsessed with this idea. I can't let go of it. Or when psychosis can start setting in and things like that, to stop us from doing things to mess with us. Without specific situations, I can't really say too much, but yeah, I can see the disassociation between the two sides. And that's kind of where it's at, because in the beginning, I think we can speak more clearly between the two sides. There's a better communication. But as time goes by and the one side's getting screwed over, told, no, roll with it, roll with it, roll with it, and not being listened to, brush it under the rug, it's disassociates. And then you have one of the things that can happen is, like I said, depression, where you just kind of shut down. And a lot of times, depression and anxiety they work hand in hand with each other. The people talk about how they have depression and anxiety a lot of times. Maybe not other things, but at least those two, right? And that's because they actually do work hand in hand. And the reason why is because depression is the shutdown because something's not making sense. Anxiety is the brain trying to search information, either inside or outside of in the world, to make sense of that thing that doesn't make sense. Depression's like a pause button for the brain. Well, you just got too much in your head and you just get jumbled. So part of the reason that your brain does that, like goes into that depression mode, it's kind of like a survival mode. But it's not just surviving. Like you've heard the difference between surviving situation, living versus surviving. So at this point, your brain is literally just trying to survive. So it is doing only what it needs to do to survive. If you don't get a shower that day, are you going to die? Are you going to stop breathing? No. Well, then you don't need a shower. If you don't go out with your friends, are you going to stop breathing? No. Well, then, okay, we're not going to go out with friends. If you stop breathing, are you going to die? Yes. Well, then we keep breathing. So your brain is on this not just survival mode, or it's going into this survival mode where it just starts detaching everything that's extra and just starts focusing only on what needs to be done. Now, as time goes by, or depending, maybe the traumatic situation that happened is more extreme, who knows? But we'll just go with this. As time goes by, because the brain is not supposed to stay in that survival mode. We're supposed to be able to use it. It's a tool. We're supposed to use it and then put the tool away again, right? But if you keep using it, you're not supposed to, and it starts to become more and more of a over survival mode. So not just are we getting rid of things that we don't need to, but we are getting down to the nitty gritty. Like, you start becoming more, all the definitions on that side of the brain start becoming stronger. So it becomes more about the facts and the what is. I feel like I'm at church. Just holler, preach the whole time. Oh, I'm not a preacher. Sing it, sister. Sing it to the one side of the brain to the other. They gotta talk to each other. They gotta communicate. Sorry, this looks so weird. I still haven't fed my kid. He had a banana, but still, he should have more. Oh my goodness. Oh, yell it for the brain cells in the back. You're not kidding. So yeah, you go into this over survival mode where now you are very so one of the definitions that's on the functional side is selfishness. It's not wrong to be selfish. We do need to be selfish. In fact, it actually helps us to be able to do a lot of things in our everyday to day life. Needing to eat, that is a selfish thing, but it makes sense though at the same time, right? Right. So but because it is a definition on the functional side, if the functional side is getting stronger, it becomes stronger as well. And that's when you start seeing people who are being more selfish. They're not taking care of their family, or they're not taking care of their home. They're just staying more and more. They're closing up inside that little box more and more, becoming more and more selfish, more and more over focused. A lot of times you start seeing, like I said, there's like low level psychosis going on where what was it? Okay, this might not be low level, but somebody can't go do their dishes because they'd have to go down the steps, and if they go down the steps, or wait a minute, no, I'm sorry, they can't do their dishes because they'll burn themselves because the water's too hot. Now, you and I sitting here, we both know you can change the temperature of the water. It doesn't have to be too hot. And yet the brain gets locked into this thinking that the water will be boiling too hot, like boiling water. Now, most likely the brain is able to convince you of this and keep you with it because at some point you may have touched boiling hot water and it was so hot it hurt. So your brain is actually using that information to try and remind you boiling hot water hurts. And it's now convincing you that that's the water you'll deal with if you go to wash the dishes. So then we can't wash the dishes. And the only reason, this is the crazy thing, the only reason it's going out of its way to convince you of all this stuff is simply to keep you in bed. Because if you are afraid to go wash your dishes, then you'll stay in bed, won't you? Right. That's why I say it keeps bringing you down to this little box, right there in your bed, curled up in a ball. It works. It's worked for many years for a lot of people. The brain has its own way of doing things, and it's doing it on purpose because it's trying to protect you. Because when we don't know what to do, we're not sure, we don't just go, oh, well, we say, I need to make sense of this. And to make sense of this, I need to focus. But what if you can't make sense of the thing that's not making sense? You just sit there, unable to make sense of it. The anxiety kicks in once in a while to try and make sense of it, to try and search out different answers. But the more and more just can't find an answer, the more and more you just get defeated. Nothing's working, nothing's changing, nothing's happening, nothing. You just close up into that world. So it'll do anything, like little psychosis things. I had it where I would fall down the steps. If I went downstairs to do anything, hang out with the kids, do laundry, anything, I was going to fall down the steps. My brain convinced me I would fall down the steps. And I didn't get out of bed. It worked. The brain is trying to protect us. It doesn't see the world the same way that we are. It's looking at what it's got right here, right now, what is. And what is being in bed is keeping us safe. That's where we started our day. That's where we at least started alive and safe and breathing. Out there in the world, we don't know. And as time goes by, even out there in our house, outside of our bed, starts to become scary too. We don't know what to expect, what's expected of us. We can't make sense of things, all that. So, wait, you said something. You used to be scared to go to the bathroom at your house because it was upstairs. Were there other people upstairs at the time? What? Speaking of bathroom, I gotta go help my son. I'll be right back. Wait a minute. Sounds like he did it on his own. Hold on, kid. Mother's coming. Okay. Speaking of, hold on. Now that I'm up and moving around. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm back. Okay. Right. Um. uh. So, but when we were all upstairs, did you have a problem using the bathroom at my house then? There's two reasons for this. Go ahead. Okay. So I'm working on it right now. What are you doing? Stinker. Hold on. I forgot something. One moment, please. There we go. Mince it. I forgot to mince it. Let it sit there. Okay, so what was it? Where'd it go? I don't wonder what I did with that. Whatever. Any port in a storm, baby. All right. So this is Monster Mash people would get me? Monster Mash? The Monster Mash people? Like from the song? Now stop eating the strawberries, mister. Because I'm going to cut them up for your cereal. Did you want some cereal?
Yeah.
Okay. Monster Mash. You did that mash. The Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash. So our brain uses monsters for that reason. To scare us. You showed us the video and it was the first time I'd seen it. It was horrifying. Oh, so you weren't okay. So you weren't afraid to use the restroom on a regular basis. It was just only because of that video after you saw that video. Really? That scared you? Your mom? I thought your mom was into all that kind of stuff and had that kind of stuff around her. You know, scary, macabre, I can't speak. That kind of stuff. Yes, he does. And that's what I'm yeah. If it was just because of that video, then that's normal. Yeah. And that might have been something that messed with you as a kid. To be surrounded by something that doesn't make sense to you. Especially something that's kind of scary.
One more strawberry.
Yeah, no, I'm making this for your cereal. I'm gonna get. Did you want some cereal? Are you hungry?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm making it right now. I'm cutting it up right now. See me? Okay. See, now he's hungry. Did you hear that? He said you're a weirdo talking to me. Huh. Takes one to know one.
Bear.
Oh
Bear.
boy. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, that was probably if it was only
bear
because of that
strawberry.
video that you were afraid to use the bathroom, then that's normal. Yeah.
It's the bear.
Surrounded. What? Just put that down. It's coming, honey. I know you're hungry. Like when he gets, it's now. Now. See that very selfish side kicking it? Now. Go play your video games. You'll forget. No, don't do that. I don't want him to forget. Anyway, oh yeah, it's just yeah. I wouldn't worry about it too much. But I thought it was just because of being alone. And when we were upstairs, it wasn't a big deal because then you weren't alone. You could hear our voices. We were much closer. That makes sense. Hold on one second. Live. And guess what, Mom? I'm talking to Zoe. Remember Zoe? Yeah. Yeah, she found me on here. Yeah. She's having brain surgery. Hold on. This is the woman to talk to, or at least to notify. She's having brain surgery on Monday for a tumor. Yeah. She's going to pray for you. That's the woman to have praying for you. Let me tell you. She's got a there going on. She's the man. You know. Anyway. Well, you remember Grandma. Put the fear of God in you with fire and brimstone. That's preaching to the church. Even Grandpa? Even mean old Grandpa? I remember that. That's your dad? He's scary. It's okay. We keep him locked in a box in the basement. Oh, my poor father. Anyway. Dark 12. What if there's a way to make this thing make noise? Like as a notifier to let me know that a message has gone through. So I keep looking up instead of cutting strawberries. Mm. Sure are. Well, of course, I can't go into personal. That's all, folks. I can't go into personal specifics right now. I'll talk to you about it more tomorrow. But you know, for privacy and also because they still have an issue with things being talked about. Which is why I'll probably get in trouble for this video for what I said about the one guy earlier. But it's a good point, so I should make it. Let's see, what was I saying? I'll have to tell you about them tomorrow. Yes, because first of all, I will have to talk to them tonight when I see them and tell them, hey, I ran into Zoe, gonna get together tomorrow. So then they have the heads up already. Mom's gonna talk about us. You know, that kind of thing. I have Chris's permission to talk about things related to like the theory on here if it involves him. He's already given me permission, but Justin not as much. And still, even then, I still have to, you know, put things past Chris to let him know if it's something in particular. You know, because they have rights. Poor kids. Growing up with me as a mom. Ah. Oh, craziness. Oh, there we go. There we go. He faked being hurt just so he could get the upper hand, the upper fist, as it were. Cute, so cute. Mm. Don't we all miss being a kid? I only miss being a kid because I'm kind of still naturally supposed to be a kid, but it's not allowed. That's why I miss being a kid, because at least being a kid was allowed then. Now, if I act like a kid, it's not allowed. It's supposed to be a responsible adult. I would love to see if I was allowed to be the real me. I would love to see how I would actually end up being. Can't just go screaming. Read that, what you just sent me. Is that correct? Because if it is, I'm confused. I'm confused. But I mean, you remember me back in the day. If I had been able to be the fun me all the time, just me, like if somebody else had been around to be the responsible part of things, and I had been allowed to be just the fun me, wouldn't that have been awesome? Now that we're all adults, we can't wildly scream in the store. We'd get dirty looks. I still would. I embarrassed my mom one time. We went grocery shopping not too long ago. Well, gosh, I say not too long ago. And really, how long has it been? I thought you were the most fun parent out there. I was. I know everybody, all the kids' friends, and all the king's horses, and yeah, everybody always said that kind of thing. Now imagine if I'd actually been allowed to be so and stay that way, but being a responsible adult got in the way. Well, of course not. And you have someone to play off of, so it's always fun that way. Even when the person's not willing. Like I was saying when I went to the store with my mom, she is not the willing participant when it comes to being played off of. You know, I'm trying to remember what I did. It wasn't anything too crazy, but it was like, I was having fun that day. What do you want? I can't remember what I did now, so I might as well not even talk about it. But it was still fun, and I know what you mean. And I did that with Terry. No, what was that? No, that's not what that happened. That's not what that was. I'm trying to remember. The reality check sometimes just gets in the way. The little girl and her mom. Yes, I do. That's the one other friend I was talking about earlier when I said I miss her. I feel really badly. I need to I need to send her a message. Just in general, I just need to send her a message. But my brain keeps saying no. It's stupid. It's stupid the reasons why it says no, but it just keeps saying no. And I haven't argued with it because it's kind of like one of the ways I'm still letting my brain win. It's like it's my way of being able to win other arguments because I'm allowing it to still win that one. If that makes sense. So I'm kind of using her for good right now by not communicating with her, and it feels awful because I've actually talked to her a few times in these videos, just mentioning her and stuff, hoping that she might one day catch it and be like, okay, I hear you speaking without speaking directly, so that she would know all these wonderful things I'm thinking about her all the time and stuff without actually being able to say it to her. We used to sing that Shine Down song to her. What Shine Down song? I know a Shine Down song. I've heard of the band, but I didn't know I knew any of their music. I never. I hear. I know names of bands and I know names. I know how songs go, but I don't necessarily know and names of songs, but I don't necessarily know all of that together. Ah, I'm trying to remember the song. Um, Now I'm gonna have to go look this up and play it so that I can. I can't right now. I have to get his. I have got to get this kid cereal. It's now afternoon, and yes, we woke up late. Come on, come on, come on. You know what I mean? Still gotta take care of things. Hold on, let me see if we have any of those. Nope, of course not. Why would we? Oh, these boys—they're really taking advantage of this situation here. And I said, well, I don't mind doing the dishes. Oh, here you go. Chucked a bunch of dishes at me that have been sitting around for days. Don't know how to rinse things correctly. They think by putting it in the sink and running a little bit of water on it that it's rinsed. And more importantly, they don't put it in the bucket. I have to clean out the drain every so often simply because they don't put things in the bucket. They end up stopping up the sink because the sink needs air and it can't get air if they've got the sink covered. What? Oh, that looks like fun. We'll have to do that later. Whew. I don't know if you can hear me when I'm screaming from across the kitchen. See, here we go again, slow drain. And why? Because somebody had a plate sitting over the top of the drain. So then air can't get to it, so then things can't drain correctly. Ah! Off the lever. Because we don't know how to rinse properly, it takes forever to do things. I wish Terri was at least watching. In fact, it might be beneficial for her to hear about me complaining about my kids not doing something correctly. That I'm just a maid here for glorified reasons. Oh, wait a minute, you said something. Hold on. She waves. Oh goodness, yes. Okay, I don't know what time you sent that message. Hopefully you're still there, and I'm. Hopefully you're still there, and I'm speaking to you. If not, I'm speaking to you from beyond the computer. Woo. Now I'm gonna look that up on my phone though, and I'm gonna sing it to you. Just remember it. 2 hour. Oh gosh, 2 hours and 17 minutes, roughly around that time. Roughly around that time, I'm going to sing the song to you, even if you're not here. It's okay. That way you can look it up later. I might have to use the phone to do it though. I'm still nervous about singing. Aw, you waited for me. It's okay. Anyway, yes, you go get your kids ready. You go do what you gotta do. Yes, definitely get the number from Liz because I want to meet up with you tomorrow. It's been so long. I'd really like to see you and talk to you and just give you a big hug and maybe sing a song to you. I guess I was singing that to Haley, but oh well. Whatever. Anyway, go get your kids ready, and I'm still gonna be on here because I have no life. It's okay. I am gonna probably continue talking to. Oh, you're gonna make me cry. Don't make me cry. Oh. I still remember your eyes. You had the prettiest little eyes. I think they were brown. I don't remember what color they are. I just remember what they looked like. I can't remember the color though, because I see the sun kind of like coming at it. Standing on the corner over there, saying "Henry," and you looking up and going, "What?" Hugs to you too. Are they? Ah, maybe the hazel. Maybe they're like mine and they change. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what color they are. They're cute little eyes. All right, I gotta feed the kid, and you gotta get your kids dressed. Look at us going down memory lane and not stopping. Yes, definitely. Talk to Liz, and if for some reason you can't get a hold of her, I'll probably still be on later on. I do this. I just leave this thing run for 10 hours. I can get away with it. The freedom I have with going live. Oh my gosh. One of these days, YouTube is going to contact me and say, lady, nobody listens or watches you that much. You can't do this anymore. But till then, I will continue to do so. I gotta get this kid fed. Go get your kids dressed. I love you too. I'll talk to you later, Zoe. I'm kind of hearing that song in my head. Got a knife, sharp knife. Whew. Oh, kids, darn kids, they make you want to cry. Okay, I'm going to continue talking now to the world that's not listening to me. So here I go. Don't you love it when you hear from somebody from your past? Sometimes I know people don't. I do. It means a lot. Ah! Darn it. Little cheese. Woo! All right, kiddo. Got this ready for you. We have to make Reubens tonight, I think. I feel like it. If not, we've got that pizza in the freezer. And we've also got the pizzas to make. Not to mention all that yeast and flour. I remember. Somewhere in the stratosphere. Huh? It looks like an old game. Maybe we'll play it in a little bit. Because Zoe's going to go get her kids ready. So I'm just back to me again. I should say that to Terri, though. I should send her a message saying, I know why you can't watch, why you couldn't get on YouTube and watch a video. Because your brain's saying you don't need to. It's saying no, actually. It's saying no because you don't need to. All right. I think I'm going to do that just because we got to get this ball rolling. We got to get this girl on the healthy side. We got to get the ball rolling. That's what we have to do. That's just all there is to it. What a mess in the refrigerator. These boys are. Ooh. Here you go, babe. I'll come back to mine in just a minute. Because I'm going to do this first.
Where?
Okay, yours is right there.
Thank you, Mom.
You're welcome, babe. Try to think about how the best way to word this, because you don't want to go overboard. You gotta. It's like a stab. It's like a stab. Because you don't need to. How do you emphasize that in text message, right? I understand. No. How do I put this? Take nabbit. I gotta think of how to word that. My brain is like, I just want to be able to say it to her. Like, of course you can't watch my videos right now. Your depression has you. Of course you can't watch my video right now because your depression has you in a over survival mode. Shouldn't say over survival mode. That is turning into an over survival mode to the point where you can't do things even if you want to do them. And why? Your brain is saying no because you don't need to. Because your brain is saying no because you don't need to. Watching this video, no. And if you can, I want you to agree with your brain right now and say, you're right. I don't need to watch that video. If you can't say it out loud, then at least say it in your brain. Yes, I mean say that out loud. Because it's time that you and your brain start becoming friends again. Okay. I didn't add, there was one thing I didn't add about that, and that was the click. Sometimes you feel it, sometimes you hear it, sometimes not, whatever. You just know it. It's like a click. Like when something makes sense and you're just like, oh, kind of like that type of thing, only not quite. A little different. Now let's see here. How do I find that? The song wasn't called Haley's Comet. Even the man in the moon disappeared. Hold on, let me see if I can come up with that. Hold on. Gotta get a new window because I'm not going to take Benji's. Even the man in the moon disappeared. Oh, my phone decided not to do anything but disappear. I just saw Haley's Comet. She waved and said, "Why are you always walking away? Even the man in the moon disappears." Somewhere in this stratosphere. I know this. I know that part. I remember that. She did this second chance. Okay, so now we can play it. Ear shredder. Okay. She said something. Hold on. One moment. Oh, I thought you were in a depressed state, like in bed, laying in bed, depressed state. No, sweetie, you go ahead and clean. You do whatever you need to do, and don't worry about the video. But it's also important to tell your brain that you agree. Well, stop, honey. What are you doing? What are you doing? Did you eat all your cereal? Do you want more? What? Benjamin, you have milk on your neck. Hey, right here on your neck. Thank you. Messy kid. You don't want any more cereal? I can get you another bowl
Fine.
with strawberries.
Yeah.
Well, then bring me your bowl. If it, when it says no. Otherwise, I'm proud of you and you keep doing your cleaning, sweetheart. I'll get this shine down in a minute. All right. All right. Let's see here. I told her. Okay. Well, I told her. Do. All right. Now we got to figure out which works. See, they've got like 5 different videos of it, not just one. And you're like, well, which one do I pick? Which one's going to have the best sound quality? Which one's, because sometimes people record things and it sounds all grainy. Like probably my videos sound all grainy. Not good at all. So that's kind of a toughie. Here you go, Benj.
I can do my Mario one.
I'll wash that a little bit here. Still need to do my cereal, but I will in a minute. Okay, let's see here. All right. This is official video. Maybe that works. Upload failed. Check your videos. I haven't tried to upload anything for a while. Okay.
When they announced they'd be
I agree. Who else hates the fact that YouTube ruins the end of every video by showing other videos upcoming before that video is actually over? I do agree. But if I click on that to respond to that, it comes up with the list of all the other comments, and you got to find that one again. I just saw Haley's gone away. Always running in place. Even the man in the moon disappears. Somewhere in the stratosphere. Father, I did the best I can. This is my life. I hope you understand that. Sometimes goodbye means second chance. I don't know all of it, but I started singing it at something. Well, I'm debating if I should play it again, just because I need to remind myself of it. So Haley's gone away. Why you always running in place? Even the man in the moon disappears. Somewhere in the stratosphere. Was it 34? It was like 30. 30. Me singing. Somewhat. Henry, I'm just saying. Sometimes goodbye is a second chance. Sometimes goodbye is a second chance. It's a second chance. It's a second chance. Okay, so oh, he was singing too, Miss Dennis Weaver. I didn't know he was singing. Um, now I feel like I want to text him. I really need to eat, but I feel like I want to text her too. Um, okay, do it. We're gonna do it. Does it make sense? It does. Makes sense. Even though, like I said, I'm kind of using it as a way of saying, okay, you're still winning that battle. I don't know for sure if that's the reason why it's having an issue. Because guess what? The functional side doesn't say something if it doesn't need to. It just says no. It just stops you. Most of the time, it just stops you. Gotta respect its way of doing things. So I'm just gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Okay. Um. Sorry. One of the last messages the last message she sent to me that I never responded to because I couldn't. Same reason I'm having a little bit of an issue now. I'm looking at her daughter school picture, and not only does it hurts because I haven't been involved in these kids' lives. Zoe, Haley, I haven't. Caleb, and Zach. I haven't been involved as much as I would like to have been. You know, a lot of the kids, they had friends that always loved being around me. Like they wanted to hang out with me as much as they wanted to hang out with my kids. You know, their friends, because I was always this really great mom, so cool, so fun, and I was just amazing. I was just oh. Anyway, um, I know that there's a part of my brain that will never be able to make sense of how much time I've lost with all these kids, including my own. And this is one of the ways that I try to make sense of it, by making these videos, by getting this information out there, because if my theory is correct, then now at least it makes a little bit more sense why I lost out on so much. I had to. I had to fall down into the depths of the rabbit hole, or whatever you want to call it. I had to get really sick. I had to get sicker than I actually was. So I can not just speak from experience, but see things that, know things, understand things that most other people can't. Why? I don't know. I don't. I'll probably never know why, but that's just how it is. It hurts to look at the picture of her too, also because I stopped having my son's pictures taken at school. I mean, they still take them, but I stopped buying them. All because I have an issue. I talked about it in another video. I'm not going to talk about it again because it really does bother me. Because I won't have any pictures of my son. Not just, and for as much as to be like, well, take pictures of him in other ways. You take pictures of him. I'm getting better about it, but I'm not there yet. It's one of the reasons why I'm making the videos with him when he's doing his Legos and stuff, which I'm thinking I'd like to do later on today. Yes, in this same video. Yes, I'm thinking this thing is going to be on all day. A little while here, I'm going to go and play video games with my son, and yes, this thing will be on all day. Sorry. I'm going to have to find some way to, like, put up a note or something on on an easel that says, gone playing video games, back in such and such minutes or whatever. At least to check in. I don't know. I don't know what else to do sometimes than what I'm doing. Just keep trying, keep going. But especially with what Zoe told me today with the surgery on Monday, I feel like I forgot that she knew Halo and Salem. I forgot that she knew. I didn't even know she knew Caleb and Christine and Zach. I didn't know. I don't have those memories. I know they're probably in there somewhere. But do I need them? No, they'll just make me cry, won't they? Ha ha ha, more survival. Yeah. I remember that street corner, and I called her Henry. It's the first thing that comes to my brain when it comes to Zoe. Henry. I gave all the girls boys' names and all the boys girls' names. Anyway, I'm going to message her. You're going to hear me message her. You're going to hear me use letters too. It means do not respond, because I don't think I can handle text messaging right now. I'm going to do this. Okay. Thinking about you a lot. Nope. Can't do that. It's in the phone number bar. Instead of the. Here we go. Thinking about you a lot, and today something happened that made me actually reach out. Period. Um, I'm on YouTube. I'm on live. I see. No, I see. Yeah, that one. My phone recognizes it now. I'm eating cereal because I've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. But after I'm done eating cereal, I have a message for you. Oh, I forgot to put the DNR. No, I'll put it at the end. My video has kind of explained it a little bit, but I'll repeat it again. If you can't get on and watch, that's fine. Just know that I love you and I miss you. And that no matter what, there's a personal message for you. 2 hours and 46 minutes, just a little beyond that. I said into video, but just a little beyond that. DNR. Do not resuscitate. Do not respond. But I still miss you. All right, and I need to just for a few. I need to make sure that I can't, just in case she does message. Maybe she'll. It's been a long time. She might forget the DNR. And I didn't. I just put the letters. I didn't put the do not respond. So she might forget. And in case she does, I'm just gonna go like that and cover it with the towel. And I'm gonna eat in a minute here. That's weird. Oh, it's the paper. I was like, do that, and my computer starts flipping. What? There's the little piece of paper that's hanging over the top of the webcam, but it's not actually covering it. I know they probably make some kind of invention that you can buy on YouTube or Wish or one of those applications, and it covers your camera. Tape and paper work okay for me too. So does a towel, shirt, pair of shorts, whatever's available. I'm just giving her a few minutes in case. I'm probably, you know what, I should probably eat my cereal because I said I was going to eat my cereal, and I should probably do that. So I should really, that might help my brain too. Yeah. That's probably too much. Oh, well. I need it, right? Oh, I need to exercise later. I've been putting it off, but I need to. Last night I wouldn't stop eating because I'm all upset about everything. Still searching for just that right thing to do. I want to write a letter to the hospital still. You know, because even though I haven't gotten the go-ahead, so to speak, with my theory, because my doctor did say that I'm on target with some stuff here, whatever word she used, I can't remember now. It is kind of like, well, I'm an emotional-minded person. We take something and run with it. Sounds good, so we'll do it. Because what sounds good is what makes sense to us. Yes, being that loopy person, being that silly, weird person, that's what makes sense to us. Being that LOL all the time person, that's what makes sense to us. Just the same as not being like that, unless there's a request to do so, or unless it's necessary in some way, makes sense to the more functional minded. Not that they can't, they can. It's just got to make sense. And if it doesn't, well, that's not going to happen. No big deal. And yes, eventually the idea is to kind of maybe change things around. Because it's true. Even I can admit that it's difficult sometimes to work with people that are difficult to work with. Oh my gosh, my son drives me crazy. Yeah. But the first thing you have to do is accept people for who they are and what they are. And that includes ourselves, us accepting ourselves for who we really are deep down inside. And being okay with being who we are. When people say be yourself, be true to yourself, finally making that a true statement. Because I know there's a lot of people out there that are saying, you say that to me, but you don't really mean it. You don't want the real me. You don't want to talk to the real me. You don't want me to be myself. Because when I'm being myself, it's not interesting enough for you. It's not entertaining enough. It's not whatever it is that you want. So then I can't be myself. Anyway. Turn your head. I'm going to eat. But I want to be here in case someone, just in case. And I might even talk. Sorry if you don't like that. Turn your head. If you need me to repeat, oopsie. If you need me to repeat this stuff, without chewing, fine. I don't know, whatever. Just kind of like beside myself right now. It's an emotional day. First it was one best friend. Now it was a kid. It was like a little kid to me. One of my kids. Next is the other best friend. This is gonna be this is a day. Ever since I had the tooth removed, I keep biting my tongue in the worst way. It's in the middle. And you know how they say, this is what scares me. You know how they say that if you don't get your tongue piercing done right, or if you bite your tongue, you can end up like choking on your own tongue, like your own blood or whatever, if you cut the tongue in a certain way. Not to give anybody any ideas. But because your blood, you can't stop the tongue from bleeding. Once it's bleeding, well, guess what? It's right next to those particular veins, those that I keep biting. And it's not on purpose. It hurts like a son of a gun. Whew. So I have to be very careful. Maybe that'll be the thing that makes me get the implant thing done. I needed something to make me do it. I guess that's going to be it. This was Chris. It's the show. Anyway, I'm just eating till I make my message to my friend. Part of me hopes she does sign on to watch. Part of me feels like don't say anything, like the chat thing. I don't want her to say anything to me because then I'm gonna be like, oh gosh, I'm under the pressure. Because you do, you feel badly after a while. You get tired. It's one of the reasons you stop talking to people because you get tired of making all those excuses of why you can't do things. People are like, hey, how are you? Right? And the response is not, oh, doing pretty good. Got this new job, got this thing going on with the kids, got the la 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 la. When the other person, you ask them, hanging in there. It's just not fun. And you're not an idiot. You know that you're not a fun person to converse with. And you don't want to keep bogging down people who have lives. You know they're there for you. Some part of you does. Your brain does sometimes know that people are there for you, but yet you just don't. You don't want to keep doing this to them. Last night when Terri and I were talking, we had a particular. I'll put that in there. I can't right now. My phone's covered with the towel because I'm worried if she'll message me. But what was it? What was I saying? Oh yeah, I can't remember what the words I used, but it was something about like depression and why it's almost like the world is starting to have more depression issues. The only people who understand people with depression are people who have depression or have been in a depression, I should say, not just been depressed, but in a depression. So maybe that's the reason why the world is starting to more and more have people with in depression issues, because that's the only way anybody's ever going to understand. It's time for the world to understand exactly what's really going on. Take a bite and then I'm going to say something. Anyway, yeah. I need to finish. I hate soggy cereal, so I need to just focus on finishing. And for as much as it would make sense just to cover the camera thing, I can't, because I won't uncover it when I have to talk to my friend Salem. Because I'm telling you, the brain is like, for as much as a part of me is like, that's dumb. She loves me. It doesn't matter. Who cares? She understands. La la la. Part of the brain is sitting there freaking out. I can feel it. I can also feel the cereal getting soggier. I know it's the most exciting thing to do, watch someone eat cereal. We could turn the TV up, but the TV's partially covered. The TV remote's partially covered with a towel. That towel. Not happening. Mm. Actually, no, the bigger issue is putting the spoon down. I would have to put my spoon down to get the TV remote. Not happening. See, here I am thinking it's because of the towel. My brain said no. You gotta put the spoon down. I should have said no, spoon down, but I get what it means. I'm telling you, my brain and I would communicate. We have voids. We have conversations. It's great. You should hear it sometime. Mm-hmm. Mm. And now, for those of you who hate people who drink their milk, as well as for those of you who love to see people drink all their milk and not waste. Ta-da! Lovely. And we're lovely. Okay. So I've already talked a little bit in the video about why I haven't been able to talk. I can't tell you how many times I've wanted to message this to Salem, by the way. I can't tell you how many times I've wanted to message you. I can't even look at the screen because the last message is Haley's picture. And it hurts. Like I said, or I said earlier in the video, that one reason it hurts is because I don't do school pictures for Benji. We had an issue. The picture people, it used to be that you could get different backgrounds. It didn't matter what package you bought, you could get different backgrounds. They had a few, I think, that you had to like pay extra for. But other than that, they had a few different options for backgrounds. Well, now they only have one option, unless you buy the bigger packages, which I don't buy the bigger packages. I buy them twice a year. I would buy the pictures twice a year, not just once. And I would always get the smaller packages just because that's all I needed. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, here's your wallet, here's your wallet, here's your wallet. Little Joey, he's so big this year. Everybody, here's your 5x7. I'm not like that. Never have been. So, yeah, just kept it basic. I think they had the like really basic package, and then they had one step up from that, and I would get that one. Because then they had another one, another one, another one. Yeah. But now, I don't know when they started doing it. They charge for any background that's not beyond the one background. And my brain said, nope, and shut down. So now I'm not getting any pictures of my son at all. So seeing Haley with her school picture was kind of a reminder of that. So there's one. And then two is all the missed time. So big. I miss when the kids were little. I miss the way I was with the kids. I miss I've missed a lot of time with them. Because it's important. It's important to be important in kids' lives. And I'm just the type of person that's perfect for doing that kind of thing. And I've missed out a lot. So, and then the other reason I said earlier in the video, and that was I said that that's kind of like picking my battles. Right now, I have a lot of battles I have to deal with when it comes to my brain. I'll tell you in a minute, but one of them is like I recently started talking to a doctor. So that's one of the battles I'm having right now. I'll get into it in a minute. Hang on. So I'm kind of, I guess in a way, kind of been using you in a positive way. This negative, not messaging you. I'm using it in a positive way, and that was kind of like, all right, brain, look, because I'm going to let you continue to win that battle of not contacting Salem, because I don't need to. Do I need to? No. So then I'm not going to, right? Right. So even when I want to, I'm still allowing my brain to say, no, we don't need to. Even though I could win the battle, I suppose we'll say, I'm still staying with that, because then I can win other battles that maybe I normally would lose. Like the one in particular right now is with the doctor. Whereas I do know my brain is feeling good about the direction I'm going with this doctor, I know it's also getting antsy. I know that it's also getting a little impatient at times. Because, for as silly as it may sound, there's a part of my brain that just thinks that as soon as you hear me say I have a theory about how the brain is really thinking, that you should just automatically go, oh, really? And just be all ears. And as soon as I start telling you what's really going on, especially when you see me get excited, like I'm like, when I'm talking about like why people can't smile, or why they do not that they can't, they can, but why they don't seem to smile. And I get kind of excited, like I'm sharing some big information with people, right? And in my brain, in my mind, it is big information. So as soon as I share it, then that should just be like, whoa, the doctor should be like, oh my gosh, wow, we did not know that. That's incredible. All while another part of my brain is like, no, it's not supposed to be some earth-shattering thing. It's just simply another tool in helping with mental health and stuff, But I can't help it. That's, brain still feels that way. So yeah, there's a part of my brain that's, I guess this coming Monday will be the 4th or 5th time I've talked to this doctor, I think. Not sure. But yeah, by now, the doctor, in my brain, one part of my brain's opinion, should be saying, okay, you're saying stuff that, we need to look into. Is it okay with you if I share this information with another colleague? My brain is expecting more at this point. All while the other part of my brain is saying, no, you got to roll with it, got to hang in there. Can you tell which one's which? Yes. Well, it's actually both. But one more than the other. So, and I say that because it does make sense to continue hanging in there, even though another part of my brain, that same part of the brain is saying it doesn't make sense. It also does make sense. So it's a little bit of a battle right now, because I know part of my brain very soon here is going to say, detach from the doctor, because it's not going the way I expect it to. No, by now, no. This plus this equals this. That's it. No, nothing else. No other answer. No. By now, this is what should have happened with this doctor. If it's not, then detach. And it wins a lot of times, so I can't really always argue with it. Gotta hang in there. Anyway, I'm not happy that I missed her graduation. I'm getting cold chills. I mean, regardless, I can give you every excuse in the book, but what it comes down to is it's just what happened. I can't really say too much. You know, this is a public forum. I don't even know if you're listening. I started off talking with Terri, talking about Terri. I wanna, I gotta help her. She's gonna be my guinea pig. But the reason it kind of turned to you today was because of Zoe. Do you remember Zoe? Little blonde Zoe? With green eyes, apparently. I don't know why I've kept thinking they were brown eyes. Maybe Shelby had brown eyes. Anyway, I can just see Zoe's eyes. It's funny. I even know what Haley looks like older now because of the picture. But I still, every time I think of her, I still think of that little woman. When I first met her. Kind of like with Zoe. It's funny how our brain does that. Still remembers. That's the first thing it goes to. Is what it met first. Mm. Anyway, excuse me. Zoe actually reminded me that I used to sing to Haley, and I sang Haley's Comet, or not Haley's Comet, Shine Down song, Second Chances. I was actually on here singing it a little bit ago. Um, I said 2 hours and 30 minutes in. Zoe left. She's going out to the movies with her kids today. And then hopefully we're going to get together tomorrow. And I say that because Zoe told me that she's having brain surgery on Monday because of a tumor. And I guess, anytime we hear about things like that, it sometimes kind of wakes something up in us a little bit. I guess maybe in a way it's like scraping at the instinctual brain because it, you know, could involve something from that room. Well, definitely involves something from that room. I'm not in that room. Just letting people know. For anybody who knows what I mean by the instinctual brain, I'm not in that room, so it's okay. Trust me, I would know. I'm not. But I can see where maybe walking in that direction down that particular hallway. I don't know. Anyway, now I'm all sleepy from eating cereal because my body has to spend a lot of energy digesting now. I'm also kind of sad. Happy sad. Anyway, like I said, I can't go anything too personal right now. I sometimes talk to you in these videos. I've mentioned you a few times in these videos. Usually it's something along the lines of, I really need to message her. I wonder how she's doing. I miss her. Nothing special or anything that much, because they are a public forum. Or not forum, public, but not, public access. I was thinking about Mom's story, the one she was telling us the last time I was there, about the wolves. If I had just been able to record what she had said, I could have given her go, her start for it. Hmm. The difficulty is, I don't know if she would have been able to start writing, or if her brain only has the key points because it's more functional minded. The la 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 of writing, nope. That's one of the problems I have with my writing. And then when you try to la la la, you end up going overboard, and then your brain starts, oh no, rules, rules. It's a mess. I'm not even going to go into it. Anyway, can't be on long here, even though I am going to, I'm going to leave this on here. You have no idea the freedom I have now. YouTube has given me a power that may or may not have been a good idea to give me. But being able to just sit here and record and not worry about having to push record and not worrying about having to push stop, to just let it go. And no, I don't have it archived in my phone. Oh well. The whole point in the very beginning was in case I didn't make it, people would have the information they needed. Well, maybe they've got more information than they need. Maybe they've got also a brief glimpse into who I am, what I am, or what I was, all that stuff. I am eventually going to change the name of this channel because I found out I have another channel. Actually, it's just a personal. That's just a glorified memo pad. But I put my doctor talks on there. They're all private though. She's okay with me recording it as long as it's not visual and it stays private because it's my problems, not hers. But oh boy, I'm sleepy now. It's not even time for a nap. Anyway, I just wanted to say hi to you, and I just wanted you to know that, like I said, like there was many times I wanted to message you and I just couldn't, but I could say hi to you on here, even though I've talked about you a little bit. Not, I haven't I talked about the Mocha Joe funeral. just remember a few moments along with that. And what? No. Shoot. Um, anyway, I think I need to either go lay down or play a game with Benji or something. I don't know. I need to go do something for a little while. So while I'm gone, I usually if I'm gone, I usually put it on mute or cover up the video camera thing just so that people know I'm not here right now. Till I can figure out some way to put an easel up that says "Gone fishing." You know, and then yeah. Oh my goodness, I've got so much work to do around this house. I haven't done any. I've been talking about it all week, but I haven't done any. I'm just tired. And the funny thing is, it's not tired it becomes tired I can't do anything, I just don't feel like doing anything, that's not really what it starts out as. It's not if I knew exactly what to do, you'd see me just come to life and get how all of a sudden I have energy and I can go do it. If I knew for a fact what to do. For a fact. If I knew. I mean, when it comes to dishes, things like that, no, maybe not so much, because do I feel like doing them? No. Do I need to do them? Yeah, eventually. But do I need to do them right here, right now? What is right here, right now? Do I need to do them? No. Well, no. Pick my battles. I'm not arguing with that because I don't feel like it anyway. Anyway, I don't know if you heard. Sorry. I don't know if you heard any of the stuff I said to you in this video or not, Salem. But I miss you. I miss everybody. Hopefully this doctor thing will go somewhere. If not, then I'll have to just try again. Because I know I've got something, and I know it's good. Just gotta figure out how to get it out there. And definitely have to figure out how to make proper videos explaining it. That's a big one. So anyway, I think I'm gonna go take a break for a bit, but I'll leave this on. I don't know how long I'll be gone. It's that time of day. Woo! Right. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll put it on mute and cover the screen and all that fun stuff. I feel like I need to say something else. Like I said, I can't. When we don't know what to do, we don't do anything. Nothing. So I guess I'll just put this on mute. And go take a break for a bit. I'll be back in the kitchen in a while here, and I'll probably look at my phone then. I don't know. Still nervous. Even if I look at my phone, I see a message from you, I'm probably not going to respond to it right away. I'll try to respond to it, but it won't be right away, just because. Yeah. Okay, going on mute now. 3, 2, 1. It's only funny if I don't actually hit the mute button and I sit there and I go, even though there's obviously noise still, because I didn't actually. I'm sorry. I know it's the dumbest joke, but I do it almost every time I hit the mute button, unless I'm doing it like really fast. I always have to do that, like it's hilarious to me. It's not. It's probably annoying to other people, but you know what? I don't care. Anyway, now I'm really gonna do the mute button and turn the visual off. So I'll be back in a bit. Bye, y'all.
Okay, got it? Yes. Hello, I'm back again. Let's see what we missed while we were gone. I'm sorry, I had to take a nap, and I did. And now I'm gonna snack on something before I make pizza in a bit here. La 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 la. Oh, Robin, Julie. Okay, so for starters, let's see. I don't know if Robin's still online. She might be. Robin. I was actually just saying something to my friend Terry that I've held off from saying to Robin, but maybe I should. Just because is that right? Oh, well, okay. There we go. Okay. Brat. Why are you calling me a brat, Julie? What'd I do? I know. I'm the life of the party. Well, I was. Oh. You're getting old. Shoot. Aren't we all? I know, but I wonder about that whole being manic your whole life. My phone's going off. My spider senses are tingling. All right. It needs to go up or something. You know. Why in the world is it? There we go. I knew it. I knew it was bluffing. Could go up higher. Down here. Like, hi. Hold on. Okay, so I just told my friend Terry. Hold on here. So she's been doing the nursing thing for years. She's been in one off and on doing the nursing thing, but she's never actually finished it. She's even switched to the veterinarian nursing, not veterinarian nursing, but like nurse, vet, medical vet, whatever. I don't know if she's going to technician or what, but something involving vets, involving animals. Which is kind of a good idea because she's really big on animals. Here's the thing about that. I'm gonna say this to Julie too. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna say it to all of you. Gee, here we go. So, not to say that for sure this is how this works, but I think there's sometimes professions, careers, certain directions in life that we choose simply because our brain does not know what else to choose. Anyway, let me because if I don't do it more specifically, then I'm not going to do it correctly. So at the moment, I'm talking to my friend Terry, right? And I get him. I'm often saying I'm going to start at the vet school when the winter session starts. I just figure if I finish the medical administration stuff I'm doing, then I'll end up with being beneficial in my animal sciences degree. And I would really rather not wash my blankets and sheets by hand. Oh, no, I wasn't referring to the blankets and sheets when I said that. Those are a real pain in the backside to do by hand. I was just referring to just what you needed, like work-wise. And yes, I get it about the under stuff. I typically hang them with the socks, and then they just kind of blend into the background. Yes, we'll see if we can work on getting you to the laundromat. I'd say bring her here, but we don't have a dryer. It would be nuts to do that. What now? What's the matter?
Is that
Eat.
enough?
What do you mean? Is that enough? Eat half of that sucker. Come on, buddy. That you ate a quarter of it. A little bit. That I know we're gonna have the pizza in a little bit here, but it's still gonna be a while. Kids are a great way of looking at how people eat just to survive. We always say to them, "That's not enough. They should eat more." Mm-hmm. Anyway. Oh, so okay. So a little background on me. I wash clothes by hand. When I lived in my apartment, we didn't have a washer or dryer, and I didn't go to the laundromat. I don't think I ever went to the laundromat even once when I was living there. Well, one time, and that was because we were coming back from a camping trip that we got totally flooded on, and we went to a laundromat to do all the blankets and pillows and all the stuff from the camping trip. That was it. But that was like a whole family event. Benjamin, come back here now. Now, mister. No, you're not going to sit there and eat. See? Oh, I'm done eating. Oh, no. No, you eat the food and you have some chips alongside of it. Not, I eat some of the food and then I just stuff myself on chips. No, this is what we were having because we are having pizza in a little bit. Here, this is what we're having. Now eat it. If you want me to cut it up, I'll cut it up and you can use a fork. I was saying something and I forgot what it was. That light's in the way. Yikes. I don't know why that window is so bright. It is so bright. Oh, because the cardboard fell down. Anyway, I'll fix that later.
You look like we got Planet Pizza.
You want to get into the picture a moment and say hi? Do you know you're already in the picture?
Ooh! Mr. DB Cooper! DB Cooper! DB Cooper! DB Cooper! DB Cooper! DB Cooper! DB Cooper!
Will you quit? Come on, you're shaking the whole world right now. Shoot.
DB Cooper!
All right, that's enough with your DB Cooper. He watches too much Axel and Daddy thing. Well, we both did. It's a cute show. Somebody got their license. Somebody got their license. Even though they didn't need it. Yes. Wonderful. So glad to hear that. Okay. Yes, I will give you that information in just a little bit here. I actually had a good thing to share with the YouTube world, whatever you want to call it, and that's what I'm doing at the moment. Quit it, Benjamin. What are you getting into? Don't get into it. What is it? Don't get into it. Tell me what it is.
It looks like train.
Hold on a minute. Where? Stop. No, it's not train tracks. It was one of your Thomas bags. Well, leave it alone. It's in there for a reason. Oh, my goodness. Either clean up your table or go upstairs and work on your puzzle with Grandma. Okay. I can't wait now to do laundry for more than just clothes. Have you been washing your clothes by hand? Okay, so hold on. I'm usually not good at doing this. Yeah, getting better. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I washed clothes by hand. You know how they make wine by stomping the grapes? Yeah, that's how I used to wash clothes. I had no problem with it. I didn't mind it. After a while, it gets a little bit much on the hand, like the wringing out the clothes to get the water out. That can stop it. That can be annoying. But I find that if you just let them sit for a little bit after you've washed them, and then you kind of stomp on them a little bit as the once the water drains out, and you just kind of help to get the water out of them, and then you go and pick them up a little bit later on and wring them out. It's not as much work on your hand. Anyway, so of course anybody's washer, dryer, whatever, their stuff, their washer breaks down. What's my first thing I say? Well, just wash your clothes. Yes, that includes towels and blankets and sheets. Yes, I did it all. Mm, oh my goodness, yes, I love hearing about nightmares. LOL, I'm just kidding. But yes, we will talk about all that this week. Even if I can't come over to do laundry, I will find some way to spend some time with you. I got Salem too. I got Salem like, hey, guess what? I'm legal now. And when I say that, I mean for years she didn't have a license, and she always kind of felt badly about it, but also not. Like, I don't know. I just don't have one. I just don't. Didn't really know why, and I'm like, because you don't need one. That's what it comes down to, and it was the truth. Everybody else would drive her wherever she needed to go. She always found a way. Does she really need one? No. And there you go. And yay me. You don't have to watch if you don't want to. I talk for long periods of time. I'm a talker. But I am actually kind of talking about something that might concern mom, but I haven't gotten to it just yet. I'm still working on getting through Terry's at the moment. I'll message you and let you know the specific time on the video when I start talking about stuff that mom might be interested in. Or not. Okay. So where was I? Hold on, give me a moment here. Back to scrubbing. So while I have energy, LOL, I'll text in a bit. Well, let me know about the laundry situation ASAP, please. If not, I'll have to make other arrangements. Ay. Go back. And I look forward to any time we get together. I have to wonder if the reason why she's scrubbing her house like she is because of our talk last night. Huh? It can make something make sense. Something like that. That's one of the reasons why there are times when we're in our depressed state and a friend coming by and saying, "Let's go take a walk together. Let's do so." It's not the walk necessarily that's just doing it. It can be, but it's the fact that something is making sense. You have this person who's there for you. You're not actually alone. Um, it just means a lot when the brain can make sense of something. Your kid coming in and just saying something nice to you, trying to give you a hug to make you feel better. Does it always work? No, but sometimes it does. So it's those little things that can kind of help us to make sense of stuff. So, yes, you go back to scrubbing your house because I am back to the YouTube thing because I have something to cover kind of involving what we were just talking about with the whole going to the nursing school, even though it really maybe wasn't the thing you should have done. But we'll talk later. Back to scrubbing, my sweet Cinderella. Wink, wink. All right. See, something like that can make her feel, a little better. And brings you out of that situation for a little bit. Is it always the fix? No, not always. Guess what? Am I always eating when I'm on here? I think so. Now it's cold. Oh well. I'm just gonna eat this one. I'm not gonna eat the other one. I'm getting to it. Sorry. So I think there are some career choices that some people make, and it's not normally what they would have done. But because the brain doesn't know what to do sometimes, but it still has to do something, right? It's either that or it has to shut down. So, in our attempt to make sense of things sometimes, instead of shutting down from depression, we will. Oh, hold on. If I don't take care of this, it'll be on my mind, and then I'll be like, I can't think straight. That's why I thought I was getting rid of that. Oh well. I met him. Which Patrick? I met him. Anyway, where was I? Okay. So, sorry. Now it's got to figure out which way to word this. Because I don't want anybody to get offended. Again, even though I know I've warned people, you're going to get offended. I don't want people to get offended. Because that's when they stop listening. And really, if I didn't have anything important to say, then I wouldn't care. But it is. And I do believe it can help people. Blah, 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 all the rest of that stuff. No, I don't believe every person out there who chooses to be in the nursing, anything like that, I don't think that they're doing it simply because they didn't know what else to do. There are some people from a young age it made sense to them to want to be in nursing. And nursing is, how do I put this? You can make really good money from it. It doesn't take too long to do it. And there you are. So it's a really good, career choice when you don't know what to do with your life, but you don't want to make mediocre money and you want to, and it's also a good doorway to other things too. So in general, just speaking in general, nursing is a pretty good universal go-to. Well, your brain's kind of figured that out too. And I think that sometimes we choose something like nursing because it's universal, because it opens other doorways, because it's a fairly good money-making career. And and also because so that's all the functional stuff, right? But then there's also the emotional stuff, being able to help other people, that kind of stuff too. But I believe there's people out there that are into the nursing thing, but it's not it for them. Now, some people have made it work. They have gone through the nursing school, they have become a nurse, and they're happy with what they're doing. So even if maybe in the original beginning it wasn't something that would have been the thing they would have done, they've turned it into that. And it's making sense to their brain. They see the paycheck, they see the smiles on people's faces when they're helping out. All those kind of things can make sense. So now we're doing good. But I have talked to some people that have gotten into like nursing, and they're not as happy. I've also talked to people who've started nursing school but never finished. Yet they're still like set on staying with it, even though they've never finished it. So anyway, it's very tricky because I know some people will be listening right now and being like, so you're saying I wasted the last 15 years of my life? No. Anything under your belt is good. Go with that. But the idea is that you have to remember, if there's we'll say, a big imbalance going on in the brain that's causing you to maybe make decisions differently than you think you normally would have, don't you think that's possibly one of the decisions that you're making differently as well? And like I said, the nursing is kind of a safe thing. It is a general go-to. So, hey, why not, right? But one of the underlying things you have to understand is it's helping people. Just like working with animals is helping animals. And sometimes when we're not well, we like to help others because then it can end up helping us to feel better. So that's sometimes one of the reasons why we choose certain professions like that. I know that kind of sounds a little silly to say, but at the same time, I know some of the people out there are actually going, yeah, I get that. Because I talk to people online with that depression website, and I did talk to a few people, and I did say something similar to that, and they basically said, yeah, it is kind of like that. Being able to, like being on that depression website and talking to each other and working with each other can help someone. There were a lot of people that would get on there and they like, I was really not doing well. And then I got on here and I started talking to other people and just helping them through their stuff just kind of made me feel better. Right? So it can still be the brain kind of searching. So when we are doing something with that, so if we start something and we finish it, like starting nursing school, okay, then we can go on that track. But if for some reason, like some people out there we know, you start something but you just never seem to be able to finish it. I mean, there's always a reason, this got in the way, having a child got in the way, so-and-so passed away, that got in the way. There's always a reason why, of course. But if you really look at the real nitty-gritty of the situation, did you finish school? No. Maybe that's because you were looking at something that really your brain was thinking made sense, thinking it would work, and make good money. Not a whole lot of time. You could be done. It makes sense. But it's not the thing for you. And your brain kind of sometimes knows that. So it says no. It really doesn't make sense. And that's why you don't finish. I'm kind of covering a lot of topics at the moment all at the same time. So just bear with me a little bit. thinking how to do the next one. Because this covers a few people I know. And again, I don't want to offend anybody, but I gotta do it. I gotta say stuff. So when it comes to like taking care of animals, again, it feels good to take care of animals. Now, animals, unlike humans, don't communicate the same way. They communicate, but not the same way. So hard. Toothing. So when it comes to communicating with people, there's an emotional quality going on. And helping people, there's an emotional quality going on. When it comes to communicating with animals, there's actually a more functional kind of quality going on. Yes, it's a mixture of both. Here we go again. Da 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 da. It's both, but they make sense to you. In fact, there's a lot of times that there's people that take care of animals, and they say, I'd rather talk to animals than people. People don't make sense to me, but animals do. Mm-hmm. So let's say you have somebody that starts out kind of like that. That from the get-go, animals just kind of are their thing. Well, so one of the things that we sometimes will do when we're searching for answers, we start to have like the living anxiety out loud thing. And that's where we start doing certain behaviors, activities in our life that are basically just our brain searching for answers. A lot of times, it's as stupid as it sounds to say it this way. It's anything that you do in excess. If you excessively watch TV, if you excessively read, or involve yourself with alcohol, drugs, things like that, your brain is searching. That's one of the reasons why it's doing that. It's searching for, there's something about that item, that's something about that activity that makes sense for some reason or another. I don't know why, because that is more so speaking to a specific situation. But for some reason or another, there's what do you call that? Something about it that just clicks. And so that's why the brain will continue to go back. When we find something that makes sense to us, we don't just say, oh, that was fun and walk on. We go back, we do it again, right? Because not just because it's fun, but because there's something about it that kind of makes sense to us. So we will go back. Well, when we're searching for answers, because something making sense, that in itself is kind of like an answer. When we find something that kind of, makes us feel good and that makes sense, like food, or the certain activities, whatever, well, we're going to keep going back again and again. Just like, if we have a question and we go to Google, and we type in, hey, Google, da 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 question. Oh, look, Google gave us an answer. That makes sense. Oh, okay. So then the next day when we're trying to figure something out, and we're like, how? Let me do that Google thing again. So we go back and we type it in, oh, look, Google has an answer again. Makes sense why if we were searching for an answer, we would continue to go back to something that made sense, that worked, that clicked in some way. So we will do that sometimes in our normal daily life with certain activities. And the more we're repeating them, the more you can kind of sometimes see that we are doing the living anxiety out loud. So while the brain is using the living anxiety out loud to search for answers, now we're showing these repetitive over and over things. We are getting over connected to things, like sometimes animals. It's a big one, because is it wrong to take care of animals? No, you should take care of animals. See, this is where it gets very tricky, and this is where the brain can really get us sometimes. That's why when the brain uses distractions, like when we get those real anxious thoughts and we're like, they're coming at us one after another. And we're like, oh my gosh. And every single one of them are legit issues. There are real reasons why we can't do such and such. But they're not really. If you really take them apart sometimes, they're not really. It's true. If you go to wash your dishes, you could use really hot water that could burn your hand. You could. It's possible, but it's not for a fact. And yet the brain wants you to look at it as for a fact. If you wash those dishes, you're going to burn your hand. That's not a fact, but your brain is trying to get you to look at it like it's a fact, creating all these thoughts in your head, anxious thoughts in your head. All it's doing is trying to stop you from doing anything. It just wants you to detach. That's the whole thing. And so yeah, it's just a distraction. A lot of times those things are just distractions. Well, the animal thing can kind of go along that line too. And the reason I say that is because, if you have, let's just say, for example, you have 10 cages that can handle one dog each, then you can handle 10 dogs. Let's say you take on 15 dogs, or maybe even 20. It's kind of pushing it. Yeah, it's putting 2 dogs in a cage. It's pushing it, but they all need a place to go. They need somewhere to live, right? So, and if nothing else, it's temporary, right? Okay. Well, if it actually is temporary, if we do go back to just the 10 dogs in 10 cages, then all that stuff is pretty normal, pretty fine. I'd say there's no real issue. But if you continue to add more numbers, or you don't change it from being temporary, now you can see the issue. Again, it's tough because what you're doing is, for the animals. That's sweet of you. That's kind of you. That's wow, above and beyond. That's great because there's so many people out there that don't take care of the animals, But mentally speaking, it's not good. It's just your brain searching for answers. This makes sense to me, so I'm going to keep doing it, keep doing it, and keep doing it. It's not going to find any answers there, but it's going to continue to search for it. And it's going to continue to repeat those things. I know a friend of mine that has a lot of cats. And she holds on to cats and kind of sometimes people. And she does this because it kind of makes her close to her mother, who was the same way. So it was something about collecting animals that made sense, just like her mom collected people. Couldn't turn away a person. She wouldn't. Didn't matter who they were or how many times they had, even if they had screwed her over, or how many times they had done so. She just would kept opening up her door and letting people in. Well, my friend does the same thing with animals. Cats in particular, I should say. But if nothing's done with them, this just becomes a hoarding thing, actually. And a lot of times, you can actually see that people who, not always, but sometimes you can actually see people who are hoarding animals usually also hoard stuff. Not always. Anyway, I know I didn't explain it the greatest. I think I'm too worried about hurting people's feelings. because I know that that hits home on a personal level for a lot of people. What I really wanted to start off with was simply that it's very possible that if your brain is working a little bit different than it's supposed to, if you're making different decisions than you're normally supposed to make them, then isn't it possible that when you choose your career that you're going to have for your life, maybe that was the wrong decision too? Now, like I said, any knowledge under the belt, hey, that's good. You can use it. But with that said, what are you doing? Benjamin? Trying to wash his hands by banging them against the wall. Do I need to run up there? Probably. Am I going to? No. Why? Because there's other people up there. I can hear them talk to them. Then I don't need to run up there, do I? Selfish parent. I know some of you are sitting there going, well, yeah, that's your kid. It's your responsibility. Do I need to? There's other people up there. Selfish as it sounds. Oh my goodness, what did I... Last night, I guess I was watching the opening Olympics thing, and there was a commercial. I think it was a Nike commercial. But the person on it, the narrator, was talking about how, I'm rude. I'm insensitive. I'm such and such. Does that make me a bad person? Does that make me an evil person? And I just want to be like, oh my gosh. I don't think they were going quite in the direction I would have gone in, but yeah. See, I think the world in some ways is is starting to kind of get it that we are different, but that's okay. And it's actually a good thing. There's actually ways it's a good thing. But I don't think they quite have all of it just yet. Especially because, they're looking at these people that are like they're talking about these athletes and how they're so focused. Because they're so focused, they seem rude, they seem insensitive. Because they're so focused on trying to stay training, trying to keep with their thing. Which is good, but then what about all the rest of the people that are like that, but they're not trained to be athletes? What about all the rest of those people out there that, people don't understand, and other people point that out? They're still being misunderstood, especially when you have people that are being like that and they're not really supposed to be like that. That's a tricky one. Anyway, did I really say anything worth time? I don't know. I think I just had a lot of distractions, and like I said, was worried about hurting people's feelings. I'm not inhuman. Of course, I'm still worried about people's feelings. Still very tired too. I do not feel very awake. I have got to start exercising. But do I? No. So then am I going to? No. All right, then there you go. Not going to. That's how it goes. Anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Yes.
I'm pretty sorry with the train. I was trying to fix it when it was broke.
What did you break? Oh, that one. Well, that's why I said it's really more of a decoration train. Here, come here, bring it here. It's really more of a decoration train. No, you're not dumb. Come here. Come here. You are not dumb. You are just excited and wanted to play with it like a toy. You just need to understand that it's not a toy. Not everything you get is going to be a toy to be played with. And you just have to learn that.
I know.
And that's here. Hold on. I thought it'd be cool for you to at least hold it up. Ready? Over here. Here, ready? You want to explain it?
Um,
Dum, da-da-dum, 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 da-da-dum.
my Hogwarts dream.
It's it needs to have a little bit of work done to it, but it'll be okay. Who put tape on it?
I tried fixing it. with
Oh, honey, don't do that. Because the papers on it will come off. We'll fix it though. It's okay. That's why my tape was over there. I had a feeling. Let me try taping. You can't see it. I don't think you can see it. Oh, I just used the flashing light. Like a light. See, tape on the inside, right here. I don't know why, because I don't know what he was trying to tape, because that all seems to be handling itself quite well. But anyway, we're going to use the Craggle on his Legos. Yeah, you heard me. Both try and watch when you can. Did I say? Oh yeah. Okay, yes. Oh. O scale is just another size train.
Yeah, no. How big is it?
I don't know where you're reading O scale about O scale. So you see, okay, so you see how right here,
Yeah.
no, that's not going to work because they have them about the same size. I was going to say N scale, see how they're just a little bit smaller. O scale is bigger. The people are bigger than the N scale, just a little bit. $36 pieces.
I kind of like the model train classic one.
Model train accessories. So those are people too. Wow, Grandpa really wants you getting into N scale, doesn't he?
I think N scale is maybe fun. I don't know, like, why do
Talking
they
about
call them
emotional minded.
toys?
Huh?
Like gentle toys?
What about gentle? What do you mean?
Like Grandpa has. Like, probably maybe O scale?
No, he has HO.
Oh. It's
Mm-hmm. It's bigger. It's just a little bit bigger, not huge, you know. Not as big as this right here. To figure out some way to fix this Hogwarts train. Got another one upstairs for him. It's in cardboard instead of foam and cardboard.
well,
Just little projects that he and I were supposed to work on. We're supposed to work on them together and do them on YouTube, make a video. That way he would, you know, because he wants to be he sees these other people on YouTube making videos of things that they're doing and stuff, and projects they're working on, and he wants to do them too. So I've got a few things for us to.
no.
No, you don't want to do those projects now?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I thought.
But no. I saw videos about whatever the scale is.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about making this little thing.
Uh-huh.
I also love N scale
Mm-hmm.
because they're really cute. And I thought of making the N scale tail.
Making N scale town.
And thank you for Grandpa really giving me these people. As you can see on the screen, these are little people, so you can't see them, kinda, but they're inside of the packaging. Thank you, Grandpa. No, Grandpa. And he gave me 3 or 4 buildings, like. One that I think it's not a building one. Hear that sound? That's my N scale just running. And I think 3 of them are like buildings that you build with something strong.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives me these cool cars. These cool cars. There's more. A lot, actually.
Grandpa really wants him to pick up the torch of N scale, train
Model train.
model trains,
Like N scale. Because I own that N scale.
like N
I
scale.
think my N scale is cute.
You think? Yes, I think your N scale is cute too. Shoot. It's gonna take a while to fix this thing. Gonna have to take it apart in some parts. Hmm. Anyway, fun times. So, I have to work on this though. Monkasan. You know what I also need to work on is my killer thing. Yes, my Monday, instead of telling my doctor about the theory more, because we're pretty much at that point where if you haven't figured it out by now, it's you have to apply it. That's what it is. It's time to apply it. Just saying the stuff that I can tell you, it doesn't mean a hill of beans. Being able to apply it directly to someone's situation, now they can start seeing it. So even though I can't apply anything to my doctor specifically, if I start applying it to, not common, but known situations, like with serial killers, oh goodness, what's the one? Well, there's the gambling grandma. I'm trying to remember her name. I can't remember her name now. Lois. But anyway, basically, she one day killed her husband, left town. She has a gambling addiction, and then she went down to Florida, befriended a woman, killed her, and then took off for Texas or somewhere. She was heading to Mexico, and she ran into another woman that they suspected she was going to do that with. She was going to take their identity. She took the last woman's identity. So I have a little bit of a different interpretation on what was really fueling her than what they were saying in the show. So I make points like that to my doctor. We'll see. We'll see. I have to find a way to keep hanging in there, as they say. And more importantly, not me hang in there, but my brain hang in there. Because if my brain decides the doctor no longer makes sense, it'll detach. It'll just go away, stop, shut down. Just disappear. No forwarding address, no I'll be back someday. This is the reason I left. Nothing. Just shut down. Mhm. I don't know what to do. It's not time to make dinner. I'm too tired to actually get into anything. I need to finish the killer thing like I was talking about, but my notebook's upstairs. And I'm too tired to get into anything. Why am I so tired? Oh my goodness. I know why. Even though I'm sleeping, I'm not. This is why there's a lot of people out there who will sleep throughout the night, but they don't feel rested the next day.
I think hand scale train would be perfect for an 8-year-old
Why do you think that?
or 11.
That's a big jump to go from 8 years old to 11 years old.
I'm going to 11 years old so I can get a Christmas version of my train I have and a Thomas train. One day. It's one day. One day.
What?
I feel like when I'm like when I'm like 11, I can get a white Christmas train of a version of a white Christmas. No, not a white Christmas, but like a version of my train, which is Christmas, and a Thomas N scale. I know they got Thomas N scales from that last train show, the train show.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like one day we'll get those. Thomas N scale when I'm 11, and a white N scale version of my train that I have right now. What do you?
Was there a question in that?
I have to actually let Grandpa think about that.
About what though?
When I'm 11,
I was moving so you could get into the picture.
I want to get a Thomas N scale and an N scale version of my train I have.
What if you made your own Thomas N scale?
That would be hard.
A little bit, maybe.
Those things are tiny, and that's very hard. And you maybe have to, and it's pretty hard. And I don't know adults can do that. I mean, it's very hard.
Don't pull it apart. I've been working on trying to get it nice and settled back in again. So, yeah.
I think it's really hard. What are you doing?
I'm listening to you. Keep talking. They're listening to you. The world is listening to you. The world is listening to you. Why?
Those would be perfect for my N scale layout.
What do you mean? I was going to put them in the kitchen. I love how Aunt Krista has little peppers in her kitchen, so I wanted to do the same. You got to go plug it in, see if it works. Careful. Don't. No. Don't do that. Stop. Just take that part. Okay. Keep this all wrapped up here. Let's put them. Stop. Up. No. There we go. There we go. Yes.
Now take this whole kit and caboodle over to the outlet and go ahead and try and plug it in and see if they work. Wrong outlet, but okay.
There's not enough space. There's not enough.
How about over here at this outlet? Remove this cover to test light set. To make the set flash, replace the bulbs in the first sockets with red lit.
Beautiful in the night.
Let me see. Turn around. Let me see. Oh, they're pretty. I like them. All right, bring them here. They all work then?
Yeah.
With the red tipped flasher bulbs included with the set, after a few seconds the set will flash on and off. Well, I don't want them to flash anyway. If a bulb burns out, replace it promptly to prolong the life of the other bulbs. Always test your light set before decorating. Make sure all the bulbs are firmly in their sockets and never twist bulbs, since this can cause part of the set to go out. Mm-hmm. Oakland, New Jersey, but made in China. Boy, these are old, or somebody left them out in the sun, because this container is... But hey, you can't complain for $1. Oh my, these are old. See full instruction inside and on bottom. Oh, there are instructions inside. That must be the flasher bulb. You replace one of them with the flasher bulb to make them all flash. I don't want them to flash. It's okay. I'll have to fix this thing. I'm not saying anything important right now. Just here. Actually, I got him a garbage truck, a Lego garbage truck to put together for his birthday. It's the episode of Monk. With the power plant outage. What's the matter?
Nothing.
So are we gonna play that video game or not? Are you done playing? Are you done building the train puzzle with Grandma?
Graham.
I know. Energy breeds energy. Sorry, Grandma. I'm not feeling it today. That's what my grandma used to say. Energy breeds energy. If I got up and started moving around doing stuff, I probably would be a little bit okay, but I'm not feeling it at all. Tired. If it wouldn't be rude for me to do so, I'd probably just lay down right here and take a nap. Caution, Prop 65 warning. Handing the coated electrical wires of this product, not handing, exposes you to lead, a chemical known to the state of California to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm. Wash hands after each use. The coated wires of this product could give us cancer or birth defects or other reproductive harm. Don't smell it. Don't touch it. Benjamin, go wash your hands. Because it says here that this wire could be dangerous. There's a coating on it that could be dangerous, and handling it could. Here, wash your hands right there. Put those down. Thank you. Wash your hands.
Mix up. Mix it up. Mix up it. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, good job, buddy. Oh, why am I sitting down?
Where's Chaz?
No one sit down. The towels. There's one right there.
Where?
Right there.
Where?
Benjamin, come on with it, buddy.
I'll use this.
I can't close it. What?
Where?
Right there.
I want to play the game, the old game.
Okay, go set it up and call me and let me know when it's ready. Don't. Hey, pick up that towel. Thank you. Go wash my hands. Benjamin, stop it now. Stop that. Put the game thing on. I'll play the game with you before, because in a little bit here we gotta make dinner. I gotta put a designated time for when I'm gonna be on here. Oh wait, some of the people, like Robin, the last couple of times I've been on here, she's like, "Hey, tea leaves," but I've been gone at that moment. And I had to talk to the kid. I haven't talked to her in a while. I've been worried about her. It's cold. I didn't wash them that long. That nail needs to be cut. That's fine. That's why God made pants. So not eating this. I was hungry. I should have eaten a cheese stick. I'm not really hungry. Just like last night. Couldn't stop eating. The brain needing its next step. Searching. Hey, it makes sense. Of course we're going to keep going back to it over and over again. We're supposed to keep going back to it over and over again. It's
Kind of like hoarding. Collecting, 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 collecting. Difference is we don't keep it, but we also do. Is it time?
It's not turning on. Oh, what's this stuff?
What do you mean?
It's not turning on. Oh, I'm thinking.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go play video games with him for a while. So I guess I'll mute it. I don't know. Maybe I should just turn it off. Hang on a second. I'm trying to debate here. Hold on. It's been a while. She's probably not coming back on. And eventually, you have to stop. All good things must come to an end. So I'll turn it off. No sense in making other people wait. Why did it turn blue? Okay. I think that's it. Yeah. All right. Now, till next time. Tea leavers. I'm the tea leaver.